petrol and kerosene by a tax-funded subsidy implemented by the government. Without the levy, 3 products would have otherwise retailed at 189 shillings, 184 shillings and 170 shillings respectively. Now, President Uhuru Kenyatta has emphasized the need for concerted efforts to eliminate the stigma associated with mental illness by actively supporting those in mental distress. The president said those facing mental health challenges deserve to be helped instead of being discriminated against, pointing out that mental illness is a disease like others. The head of state spoke when he presided over the groundbreaking ceremony for the construction of the ultra-modern Kenya International Mental Wellness Hospital in Ngong, Kajiado County.
It is only right that people freely seek mental health services without fear or shame, and this facility will provide such an environment. Further, to ensure that our people at every level across our country access the mental health services that they need, 4 regional centers of excellence will be concurrently re-established to support this institution. We are also poised to expand our training capacity of the critically needed health workforce needed to offer mental health services across our country.
Meanwhile, the head of state received the Africa Gender Award 2022 for championing gender equality and development in the country. The award serves as a mechanism to monitor and reward an African head of state or government who has demonstrated outstanding achievement in promoting gender equality and development within the thematic areas of the African Union's Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality. The Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa was adopted by the Assembly of the Heads of State and Governments of the African Union in 2004. Speaking at State House, Nairobi, when he received the award, President Kenyatta thanked the Gender is My Agenda campaign for recognizing the Republic of Kenya's leadership towards translating the AU Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality into action by making it a reality for the lives of women, men, girls and boys. The award was presented to the President by Benita Diop, the African Union Commission Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, representing the GMAC Selection Committee. And the journey to determine whether former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko will be in the ballot for the Nairobi gubernatorial position continues today. The committee formed by the IEBC adjourned the sessions yesterday to allow the returning officer prepare their defense. Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who appeared at the Milimani court, accused IEBC of bias.
Sonko amedhulumiwa. Ako na haki sawa chini ya katiba ya nchi hii, Constitution 2010. And in its terms, because sitaki ni azungumze yale ambayo tayari yako mbele ya mahakama. I've instructed our teams is to raise what is called a PO, a preliminary objection, and they will serve the IBC team. Time is extremely of the essence.
Kalonzo also defended Wiper's move to hand over the ticket to Mike Sonko, claiming that his case is still pending at the Supreme Court.
Our constitution is very clear. Unless you have exhausted all the channels under the law, huwezi kuzuiliwa to run for any office in this country. We can even quote the ICC cases. That's why our friends, the president and the deputy president, were able to run Governor Sonko as an active matter before the Supreme Court. And all other courts are subordinate to the Supreme Court. Tuache mambo haya ya kusaliti nia za wazalendo wa Mombasa. And I want to say Kenya kwa jumla, kama mlikuwa mkidhani Sonko ana mwenyewe, hako na mwenyewe, na hako na wenyewe.
Interior Principal Secretary Karanja Kibisho has refuted claims that the government is underpaying youth hired under kazi kwa vijana and diverting the money for campaigns. He said, contrary to claims by a section of politicians, the 450 shillings that is paid daily to the youth engaged under the National Hygiene Program is the amount that has been budgeted for and that has been paid to recipients since its launch in 2020. The PS challenged Mathira MP Rigathi Gachagua and other MPs who have claimed that the National Assembly had budgeted at least 1,000 shillings in daily allowances to each youth engaged in the program across the country to table supporting evidence. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
No, you know, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in Makueni?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, this resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And I mean, you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel Nkericho, good morning.
Salama sana, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Seriousness Maritim, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Seriousness Maritim, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma nampambia yeye nini? Amalize aende. Asante sana.
That's it. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, where are we? We're on Wednesday, in the middle of the week, and what do the streets have to offer up to us today? Looking like it's building up on Mombasa Road. We were looking at inbound traffic on Mombasa Road yesterday for about 2 hours or so. Hopefully will not be too crazy today. If we're taking a look at what's going on the Thika Superhighway, not much at all. Starting to build up and likely to build up a little bit more as the morning ticks by. Or else, what else do we have? We're looking at some action coming out of Westlands, a little bit coming towards the North Airport Road. It looks like everybody's still asleep. If you've left, you're in good stead. If you haven't, you might want to think about it now because most of these streets are free and clear. Weather's changing, so that means that in certain parts of the city, your fog is going to be quite low. You want to use your fog lights this morning. We'll take a look in about half hour or so and see what's happening on the roads. Talk to us, SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
87.9 Spice FM, Mombasa. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
9 and 27, 28, 29, 30 seconds. Good morning. Today is the 15th of June, smack dab in the middle of the month, and here we are. Good morning, C.T. Muga.
Ndu Okoh.
Yes,
sir. Morning.
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
You're very well.
Yes, I am.
Very, very well, or just very?
I'm very well.
Very well? Okay. Tangu tulionana kutoka jana.
Niko mzima.
Kwa salama.
Weather ndio... This weather's interesting.
It's nice, no?
It's okay.
It's starting to dip and then it gets a bit warm and then it goes crazy. We're told that this will be one of the coldest years in the last 10 years in Kenya. Oh, actually, in this belt, if you look at the map from an aerial view, if you look at the regions, that this region going through the middle is going to have some of the coldest temperatures in the last decade.
It is cold, but it's funny. It's supposed to rain, it doesn't rain.
When was it supposed to rain? I still have actually not figured out Kenya's weather patterns, by the way.
Oh, you are still at that point, you're trying to figure it out. Yeah. I stopped a long time ago. When it rains, I know it's raining.
That's it.
If it stops, I know it has stopped.
See, like in Nigeria right now, it's the rainy season. It's the rainy season between end of March, well on until September. And then October, it starts to dry out and then it gets really cold. So the Harmattan sets in. And then we know that we're going to come back into the warmer. So it's just clear what is going to be.
Somehow that is the thing that never stuck. I could never figure short rains, long rains, intermediate rains. I couldn't.
Mm.
So this is not something that occurred recently. I stopped bothering a long time ago.
You know, it's your body now that tells you what the weather is like.
My body tells me with great clarity.
Mm.
Yes.
Hey, okay. Welcome to today's conversation, guys. Thanks for joining us. Already, I can see a number of you coming in the door this morning. Quite some conversations lined up for you. We're talking about industrialization today, at the tail end of today's show. We'll also, rather at the beginning of today's show, and we'll also be looking at how that is going to fuel Kenya's development as a competing economy on the globe. ODM Secretary General will be here with us at 8 o'clock, Edwin Sifuna, who's gunning for the Nairobi senatorial seat. He's also going to come and let us know, or give us insights into then the party's strategy to survive in the coalition. We'll be talking to him at 8 o'clock. And then at 9 o'clock, we're going to have a racism conversation. It's still embedded in many societies today. And Siti's looking at me with that smirk on his face. But yeah, still in very many societies today. And I dare say right here where we are. So, lined up conversations for us all to be part of today. And thanks already for coming in the door. Let's take a look at what's going on with COVID. Some eyebrow-raising situations is what we're looking at with COVID right now. It's not looking good. A lot of people presenting to medical facilities with severe symptoms and then having been proved COVID positive. It's very interesting because yesterday alone, 2 people that I was supposed to meet, out of a number, 2 people said, well, I'm sorry I couldn't meet you today. I had to go to hospital. Turns out I have COVID. Wow. And so that's what we're looking at today. 213 new cases, again, from a relatively small sample size of 2,147, gives Kenya now a positivity rate of 9.9%. Around where we were yesterday as well. But that's what the numbers look like right now. And the UK is saying that there's a start of a new COVID wave driven by variants BA.4 and BA.5. Research shows natural infection with Omicron don't produce a strong immune response, so people can quickly become reinfected, and that is what we see going on in the UK. If you thought COVID was dead and gone, think again. Early signs indicate that the UK may be at the start of a new wave of COVID infections driven by BA.4 and BA.5, while new data suggests these variants may have evolved to refavor infecting lung tissue, which could make things more dangerous. So when we were saying goodbye COVID, open the world, etc., COVID said, well, maybe not just yet. And we're going to introduce something here that may be a little bit more detrimental to the human body. So that's what the UK is looking at dealing with right now, while other countries are opening up. COVID situation doesn't look really pretty, and the thing is still come out, get vaccinated and protect yourself. And here we are going into the colder seasons in Kenya, and the likelihood of more infections is quite high. Doesn't look too good, CT.
No, it doesn't. The thing is, even as we talk about COVID and the need for the citizenry to protect itself or themselves, remember, you're talking about a disease like any other, unique in its sense, unique in the way it is spread, but nonetheless, it is something that can be managed and is something that can be prevented. And the prevention measures are really not that difficult. No, you're told wash your hands regularly with soap and water. Keep a certain distance. You're not being told to climb a tree even where there are no trees. Yeah, there may be a bit of a problem with water, but if there's no water, surely you can keep some social distance. Yes. But again, we human beings are creatures of habit.
Indeed.
Yes, and it's very easy for us to go back to factory settings.
It's 6:15. That's what's happening with COVID in our world today. We're going to come back and say hello to you after we take a look at what the weather has in store for today. You're listening into Kenya's biggest conversation. Ndu and CT with you today. Eric is still on that walkabout, and we're waiting with bated breath about those details when he's back. But for now, keep you company in Kenya's biggest conversation.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
This nation has never healed genuinely from the 2000-2008 violence. We've never had a healing process. We've swept it under the rug.
Let me tell you, the handshake was the most disastrous political event in the history of country after the coup attempt of 1982.
There's no Kikuyu pothole, no lack of water, or Kamba,
lack of traffic.
Yeah. There is no Luya lack of drugs in the hospitals. Or Jaluo one. All our issues are the same issues.
If you are in a room and just about everybody in that room has a court case or another, what impression does that give you?
What are you saying? Why haven't you done it in the last 20 years? But they're telling us, like August, some miracle is going to happen. My friend, I want to tell Kenyans you'll be in for a rude shock.
The Situation Room.
15 degrees and mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 14 today. At 14, it's mostly clear in Nakuru. Highs of 26, back down to lows of 14. Clear conditions at 12 in Nyeri. Highs of 24 today, and we'll see highs of 25 in a clear Eldoret, currently at 11. Mombasa is mostly clear at 24. We'll see highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 29 as well in a mostly cloudy Malindi at 24. 18 degrees and clear in Kisumu, highs of 28. We'll see highs of 28 as well in a clear Kakamega, currently at 15. Kampala is mostly cloudy this morning at 18, highs of 28 and lows of 18. And in Dar es Salaam, mostly clear conditions at 22, highs of 31 and lows of 21. Johannesburg, rain showers and chilly conditions at 4 degrees this morning. We're going to see highs of 11 and lows of 0 as South Africa goes into the winter. 26 degrees and rain showers at 20 in Lagos, highs of 29 and lows of 25. And it's 21 and clear in Kinshasa, highs of 32 and lows of 20. Light rain in Beijing to kind of cool things down as the eastern part of the world steps into monsoon season. We'll see highs of 27 and lows of 8. Paris is clear at 15, highs of 30, and we'll see lows of 15. While it's clear in London at 14, it'll go to highs of 27, and 28 will be the high in New York. That's still on Tuesday night. It's currently clear at 23.
The National School-Based Deworming Program, in partnership with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education and Evidence Action, has since 2009 provided deworming treatment to school children across the country. The initiative reaches at least 6 million children across 27 counties annually and has enabled the treatment of school-going children aged 2 to 4 by training teachers. This year, as they celebrate over 10 years of serving Kenyans, the National School-Based Deworming Program will be treating children in 17 counties between the 14th and 16th of June. All parents are encouraged to ensure that their children are treated at the nearest primary school in the selected counties.
Feel the roar. KCB is bringing you the World Rally Championship on the 23rd to the 26th of June 2022. Tune in to the Spice Drive with me, Edward Quach, to find out more about it and how KCB has made it possible for you to enjoy all the action. KCB, go ahead.
Standard Group's Farm Kenya initiative is the umbrella entity for all agriculture-related channels, activities and investments. The media platforms under the Farm Kenya initiative include the Smart Harvest Weekly Pullout in the Saturday Standard, KTN Farmers TV, a 24-hour agribusiness TV station, Maisha Kilimo, a weekly agriculture show on Radio Maisha, AgriTalk on SpiceFM's morning show The Situation Room, and Grind na Agribiz on Vibes Radio morning show Morning Vibes. Find us online at www.farmers.co.ke, an integrated website that creates and aggregates agri-content, hosts a digital marketplace, and wide range of agri-data. Other platforms include specialized events such as the annual Mkulima Expo, quarterly Farmers Kenya Breakfast, and dedicated social media platforms at Farm Kenya 254. Farm Kenya, working to secure your growth.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Okay, let's say hello to you as you join us in this conversation today.
94.4 Spice FM,
says
Nairobi.
Good morning. Atieno Jackson says Jumbo 254. Well, Jumbo to you too. Good morning. Tuned in from Mombasa County. Have a great day ahead. And to you as well. Mirando Ben says he's tuned in. Victor's tuned in as well. Angela Nyangs is tuned in this morning. Robert Bogo tuned in. Kirinyaga County, specifically Kabere Girls. Amos Hissa says good morning. Ole Moa is tuned in from Doha in Qatar. Kibos is where Jeffrey Mochama is. Lots of folks tuning from Mombasa this morning. We see all of you. Yobesh, good morning to you as well. Luck of the morning, Irish. Andrew, good morning to you too. Tuned in from Mount Kilimambogo. Well, at least the view where Juja Farm is, not on top of the mountain. That's where Stanley is and says good morning to you. Ondicho says good morning. Good morning, tuned in from Bamburi to Kondani. Kisumu Kibos tuned in as well. Greetings from Koru. Gubernatorial candidates in the forthcoming elections have failed the integrity test, according to Eddie Oduor. They lie about the university degrees. I don't. I too have a degree in dowry delay tactics. Eddie, good morning. And he says Sakaja must know. Okay. As the morning tea is to me, so the Situation Room. Pregnant conversations. Wow. Good morning. Good morning to you too, Jonathan Yinya. And also tuned in this morning from Colorado in the USA. You guys are amazing. I love the deep issue-based discussions you bring on air. I listen to you every morning. Well, this is your night, Eric Mosotti, isn't it? And glad to have you in the room with us this morning. All right, as we kick off things, CT, today's proverb.
Yes, indeed. We are still in the scenic and beautiful islands of the Seychelles.
Really beautiful islands, I must say.
Yes. This one is an interesting one.
Okay.
I found it interesting. A pygmy's shadow is greater than the setting sun.
Pygmy's shadow. Greater than the setting sun. Because it's bigger.
The illusionary optics. You look at the sun and it's a distance away.
Yeah.
So the orb looks like it could fit into your hand.
Mm.
Now, if you had to compare it, well, you look at the size of a pygmy and then you look at the shadow. Depends on the time of the day also.
Could be bigger or smaller.
Precisely. But I think the reference here is to when it's bigger. Because it is next to you, there are no illusionary optics. So you can actually see the shadow, and you're arguing that that shadow, if you look at it and compare it with the setting sun, it'll be bigger than the setting sun.
Indeed. And because you then also relate things pygmy to small things.
Yes.
When you see this big thing, it's bigger than or greater
Yes.
than anything else you would see.
Yes, and also the sun's might is not in its size, but it's in what it does, what it provides. It's unparalleled, it's unequaled.
Indeed.
So, in essence, you're just being told size isn't everything.
In this case, size doesn't matter. Okay.
It doesn't.
Let's take a look at what's happening in the news this morning across the papers around the country and around the world. Not to forget your standard your standard e-paper. Have a look at what's going on in terms of news at the click of a button on your phone online. Inside Today, Enterprise, and what's being covered in terms of how commercial aspects come into a country's development. The Standard e-paper, www.standardepaper.co.ke. Take a look at that. All right, a lot happening, as though things couldn't get worse. Yesterday was the 14th of June, and we know every 14th of June what happens. IPRA does their formulas, magic, midnight, boom, new prices. What did we see? Tough times now, as though times were not tough already. Petrol price has now hit 160 shillings a litre. See, that thing you said, look, just make it 200. So we know where we're going.
We're heading there.
We're heading
the dollar
there.
is also heading in that direction. So we're getting to 200.
So, and you know, it's not just fuel prices, right? When fuel prices go up, the cost of already expensive goods and services also then increase. So people were crying at the till it looks like it's likely to get just a tad worse. So let me give you a little bit of that in terms of detail, if I can just find the page, for golly's sake. There we go. More pain at the pump as fuel prices rise by a record 9 shillings a litre. Motorists might be forced to park their cars after the latest review pushed pump prices to record levels. The review by the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, EPRA, showed that prices of all petroleum products rose by 9 shillings a litre despite the fuel subsidy implemented by the government to cushion consumers against a spike in pump prices. A litre of super petrol will retail at a record 159.12 shillings in Nairobi in the next 30 days and over 160 in remote areas, pointing to tough times ahead for motorists still reeling from the high cost of living. According to EPRA, in a statement released yesterday, the applicable pump price for this cycle for super petrol, diesel and kerosene have been increased by 9 shillings per litre from the immediate previous cycle. The government will utilise the Petroleum Development Levy to cushion consumers from otherwise high prices. So this is after the cushioning has happened and you're at 159. The pump prices will be applied in the period between June 14th and July 15th. The prices would have touched a high of 184.68 if the state had not intervened by tapping into the PDL. A litre of diesel used to power heavy-duty vehicles and machines will retail at 140 in the capital. Without the fuel subsidy, the pump price of diesel would have been 188.19. A unit of kerosene will retail at 127.94, up from 118 in the period between May 15th and June 14th. Kerosene is popular amongst the poorer, who use it for cooking and lighting, according to this story. Times are looking tough.
They're going to get tougher. They're going to get tougher. I mean, this conversation begins and ends with the understanding of the state of our economy. Not just the nation, the economy. I'm looking at page 5 of the Business Daily.
Okay.
Interesting story, though. Kenya eyes open skies in deal with 8 countries.
Okay.
The Ministry of Transport, this article states, has tabled bilateral air service agreements between Kenya and 8 countries that will see the national carrier, Kenya Airways, expand its routes networks to new markets. The Transport Ministry said Kenya had agreements with the Czech Republic, Cyprus, Chile, Belize, Suriname, Austria, Tanzania, and Barbados. Yes?
I'll continue. I'm waiting for the...
I have mentioned them.
Yes.
Now, it may seem like a small thing, but it isn't. What it simply means is the airline has expanded its connectivity. So when you fly Kenya Airways, you're able to do very many things. As in, apart from just traveling and getting to destinations, they've increased the destinations that they go to, which means there's a market for them. Now, if you're thinking business, it means that you have business opportunities that previously didn't exist because Kenya Airways didn't fly there, so you had to use other carriers. But now that Kenya Airways flies there, it means many more things are now possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a good thing, whereby you see the increment of connectivity, so they are able to go to different countries through their city connections. And it's good for an airline to have those agreements with such countries, because then you basically say, yes, you can fly from Nairobi to Sao Paulo. You can fly from Nairobi to Barbados. You can fly, and then make your connections need be, business-wise, like you're talking about, commerce and industry, trade, etc., etc. It opens up the doors.
It also means that people from those countries can fly here.
Yeah,
the Tanzanian one is the one I found interesting. I mean, it's just next door here.
Yeah, but still, there's an agreement.
There's an agreement.
So you tend to wonder, was there none before?
That is what you want to wonder.
Well, I thought there was.
Or have they improved the one which existed before?
Maybe there's an improvement, because I know that there was an agreement between Kenya Airways and Precision Air.
Precision Air is, yes, owned by the major shareholders are Tanzanians, but Kenyan Airways also had a stake in it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So it is that understanding was because Kenya Airways had an interest, just like Kenya Airways has an interest in Jumbo Jet.
Yeah.
Yes.
Indeed.
Okay.
So there was that worrying story on Monday morning and I told you that, I said, when I watched the video, and I said it really did something to me, and I said I wonder the turmoil that this woman would have gone through, seeing these 6 hooded men in her home, and police are hot on the trail of Kandisi robbers, and the CS has vowed action. CS being none other than Fred Matiang'i. Detectives spent the better part of yesterday piecing together evidence in pursuit of perpetrators of an incident in which a woman was robbed at gunpoint on arriving home in Kandisi in Ongata Rongai in Kajiado County. It emerged that the woman's husband had travelled for business Sunday morning, the day of the robbery, whose CCTV footage has since gone viral, attracting nationwide condemnation. The gun-toting criminals had just robbed 2 houses across the street when the woman drove in. Footage shows the woman driving her brand new Mercedes into her family's residence at 2:21 a.m. Sunday. The compound is heavily fortified, complete with an electric fence, alarms and cameras. Another woman, whom they have identified as a house help, is the one who had opened the gate. As the house help rolled back the gate, a man with an armed pistol ran from a house across the street. In panic, the house help ran towards the house, leaving the gate partially open. The mistake that was made after the fact is that one of these brilliant fellows then went and withdrew 240,000 shillings from this lady's account, and they were able to make the trace. Fred Matiang'i has come out and he said, all these bars that operate here, this is a residential area, shut them down. And we're going to make sure, because this is encouraging this kind of criminality that we are seeing, we're going to make sure that these things are chucked out the window. Stop it. A new team will be brought to cover the entire Kandisi area and work hand in hand with the local police.
And the connection of the
this
bars
police
and,
post,
and criminality is what
because
exactly?
people hang out there and then they,
So if people hang out there, of necessity, the people who hang out there are
criminals.
Really?
And what we have here is, he said, we have here is a police post. We will see about turning into a fully fledged police station. But we're not going to take this nonsense anymore. This thing that we saw was definitely worrying. And we don't want a situation where more and more of these incidents occur.
The CS for the interior has his work cut out for him.
Quite a lot of it.
Yes, the Director General of the Kenya Police Service has his work cut out for him. But some of these issues, I think, are slightly beyond their purview.
What?
Why I say they're beyond their purview is if you're talking about crime on the increase, you will do what you can as head of the police service, you'll do what you can. But crime is a community problem.
Yeah.
All these people have relatives. All these people have parents. They may be alive, but they had parents. I mean, they are connected socially. Why is it that people do not seem to query someone who seems to have wealth but doesn't really do anything that adds value that could point to how it is they acquired this money? Now, the examples are being set from on high. Civil servants who do not have any business you can speak of, yet live in the lap of luxury and seem to have millions, if not billions. Madness. So, I mean, what do you think sets the margin or sets the paragon of examples when it comes to what people look at? What are the optics? When we read about billions being lost, is it from robbers who jump into people's houses at gunpoint or people who break into other people's houses at night? Are they the ones who are costing the country billions? The answer is no.
No, it's a suit sitting behind the
where
computer.
Do you think people get this idea that it is okay to rob? It is okay to take what is not yours? Because our papers are full, replete with examples of precisely that. People who are given the mandate and the authority to look after the wealth of the majority, and yet they plunder it. So what do you think?
Robbing the country blind.
Yes.
Sheesh. All right, we're going to take a break. I mean, it's tough stuff. We'll take a break at that point and see what's happening on our roads this morning. Likely see traffic build up as we're going into the morning. It's 25 minutes to 7 o'clock. Kenya's biggest conversation continues. Taking a look at what's going on in the papers. Good morning. All right, starting to build up in many parts of the city this morning. We're looking at build-up of traffic coming off of the Thika Superhighway. Mombasa Road is not looking too bad at this point. We'll come back to that in a bit. But what's happening on the Thika Superhighway has already started to build up, and we're going way past the Utali Drift at this point. Coming off of Kiambu Road, not too bad. Coming out of Westlands is looking good as well. Waiaki Way is not giving up that bumper-to-bumper vibe. So there, we're all right. On the eastern side of the city, which seems to have been causing a bit of a headache day to day, we're seeing that build up already, going towards North Airport Road out towards Outer Ring. So we'll watch out for that. The eastern bypass has quite some traffic. Folks trying to use that to get away from the traffic that would be in the city. So we will be coming back and seeing what that looks like shortly. Juja Road looking good. Kangunda Road, Manyanja, all connecting to Outer Ring and then into the CBD. Looking pretty good, folks. Hopefully we can continue in this manner through most of the morning. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. A text 40127.
Hey, it's getting hot in here. The media has greatly contributed to the moral rot that we experience in this country.
I remember a senior politician telling me, point blank, nobody steals in the field, it's stolen in the granary. So my friend, if you're going to win an election, jipange kwa granary.
I think we are suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Our violator and abuser is also our redeemer in our mind.
The whole political class, the whole political institution is rotten. It is based on ideals that cannot progress our country forward.
This is the classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah!
You're listening to Spice FM.
Between the 14th and 16th of June, the National School-Based Deworming Program in partnership with the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, and Evidence Action will be treating children in 17 counties for free for bilharzia and soil-transmitted common worms. Join me, Yolanda Mulo, and DJ Absolute every weekday morning from 11 a.m. to learn about the program's impact since it was launched over 10 years ago in 2009. See you then.
Are you looking for employment and are tired of sending job applications without any response? Gone with no response? Tarmacking is now a thing of the past thanks to Skiza. Dial star 811 star 1 star 21 hash and subscribe to a ringback tune that reflects your qualifications only for 1.5 bob a day. And your callers will know your credentials and send you opportunities they come across. Set the tone with Skiza. At KTN Home, we are all about the action, so you can enjoy unstoppable, unbeatable, unrivaled, unmatched movies from Hollywood. Get your popcorn ready. Tune in to KTN Home and buckle up to experience a new world of entertainment from the comfort of your living room. Tune in to KTN Home every Monday to Thursday plus Sundays and catch Hollywood's finest movies from 10 p.m. for the time of your life.
At 21 minutes to 7 o'clock, Kenya's biggest conversation continues, and we're taking a look at what's going on in the country and around the world. All right, county funds have been a big issue on the back page of The Nation today. Kilifi, Turkana and Wajir to get the largest share of county funds. Everybody's talking about, all right, how are we going to divvy up these national funds and where is it going? Apart from Treasury's 5.6 billion shillings, counties will get 23 billion for loans and grants from development partners for the next financial year. 5 counties are set to get the lion's share of development funds from the national government and devolution partners following the Senate's adoption of its Finance Committee's report yesterday. Kilifi, Turkana, Wajir, Kwale and West Pokot will get more of the additional allocations by the Treasury and international donors after legislators approved the disbursement schedule for the 2022-2023 financial year. Apart from the Treasury's 5.6 billion, counties will also get 23 billion, down from 32 billion for loans and grants from development partners for the year, which starts in July. The Equalization Fund for marginalized areas excluded Embu, Nairobi, Kakamega, Kiambu, Kirinyaga, Kisii, Makueni, Pwani, Mombasa, Nyeri, Uasin Gishu, Vihiga, Nyandarua, and Nyamira. Kilifi will now get an additional 3.3 billion shillings, followed by Turkana, 2.3 billion, Wajir, 2.1 billion, Kwale and West Pokot, 1.7 billion, and Garissa at 1.6 billion. Kakamega will get an additional 1.5 billion, Narok, 1.4 billion, and Mombasa, 1.3 billion. So we go across the board in terms of who will get what. 5 county headquarters that will benefit from this medical leasing equipment will be Nyandarua, Isiolo, Tana River, Tharaka-Nithi, and Lamu. The approval of the disbursement schedule means the counties will get the allocations from after Parliament passed the County Government Additional Allocation Act 2022. Initially, the conditional allocations from the national government and grants were included in the Division of Revenue Bill that shares funds raised nationally by the 2 levels as stipulated in Article 203 of the Constitution. It's interesting to see through this debate what actually fueled these decisions to say that these particular counties would get the largest share of funds. And the question is it aimed directly at development? And saying that because we're looking at what were previously marginalized area, we're looking at huge landmass in terms of geography. And to say in terms of development then, making it more even making it more urban, it was necessary that funds went to these counties. The question is that will the county bosses ensure that these monies coming in, whether it is flow from national treasury or whether it is in the form of grants and loans from development partners, will actually do what is required for the counties. I think that has been the bane of this discussion for the longest time. This money that is now coming, come July, will it be released in time, number one, for them to actually do these things? And number two, will they be accountable for this service that they're actually supposed to do for the counties?
You know, there's a story in the Standard. It's really disturbing. Remember the story you mentioned earlier about the woman who was robbed in Rongai?
Yes.
Okay. This one, unfortunately, is tragically sad. That is, if something can be tragically sad. There's a young lady by the name of Whitney Atieno, a Form 4 candidate at Nakuru Central Secondary School. It's an 18-year-old girl. No, 19 rather. This young lady was shot. There was an operation that the police were conducting in Nakuru town. This young lady had gone to a salon to have her hair done in preparedness to go to school. Now, this shot went through her stomach and hit her friend, fractured the hand.
Oh, God.
It took over 2 hours for the police who were there with their vehicle to take any action. In fact, they say it was a senior police person. It's when the crowd got angry that they eventually took this girl to hospital. The hospital said they can't admit her without a P3 form. So they went back to the police station, got the P3 form.
She was still injured at this point.
Bleeding.
At this point. It was still an emergency situation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So hours went by. By the time she got to hospital, she got shot at 3 p.m. She died at 8 p.m. The police officer says it was an accident, blames it on a gang that smokes bangi. I don't see the connection. But this story centers around how it is the crowd begged the police person to take this girl to hospital. And he said either they fuel his car so that he can take her to hospital or they use a motorbike. I read this article. IPOA has said that it has spoken to some members of Atieno's family. The police were quick to claim that she was hit by a stray bullet from the gun of a senior police officer. Stray bullets have to be shot. They have to be fired.
Somebody fired it.
Yes, the bullet doesn't have a mind of its own, so that it just gets out and decides to go in some ordinary direction. Why do you even fire? What on earth was this person firing at? Was there an altercation?
Because what was, sorry, Siti, maybe just backtrack just a little bit.
Yes.
What was the occurrence that then required this gunshot action to take place?
They had gone into that area to arrest suspected criminals.
Okay,
that's what they're going to do. There is no mention of there being a gunfight.
Sheesh.
There was a young man who took courage and carried Atieno's body to the police vehicle. She had been lying on the ground and they were discussing 2 hours.
They're discussing this thing and she's lying there.
Yes, and the police is just going about their business. This guy is saying, no. Oh, they're discussing. Somebody lifts and take this girl. Now, then the crowd now got agitated. I read this story and I thought to myself, what on earth is... this mental health situation we keep talking of. How do you go into an estate and you say it's an operation to weed out criminals? There is no mention of a gun being pulled, of a gunfight, of gunfire. The only firing of a gun is from a police officer. How is it accidental? How is it accidental? How?
That you shot in the air? Granted, it may not be that you took aim at this child or this girl, but you were shooting in an area where children were about.
What were you doing with drawing your gun and shooting? I mean, just that.
In that area,
what did you think you're doing? Police individuals go through training, for heaven's sake.
They should know this.
They understand and know how to manage and handle firearms. There are situations where you find policemen with guns and you never hear of anybody being shot or killed.
Taking responsibility for this action, it probably already that it's going to be one of the last things that they do. Taking responsibility for the death of this girl.
What they're going to do is running away. Already
running away.
The statement is already being set. The police had no intention to shoot and kill the girl as they were employed to protect rather than kill. That's what Were Simu, Assistant Commissioner Nakuru West Sub-County said. What? The statement that should be coming out of the mouth of these individuals is commiserating with a family who has just lost a child, not explaining a position that I personally do not want to know. The end result is that someone was shot and that they are dead. And they did not need to die.
And efforts that were to be made to make sure she got to hospital to receive treatment were dismal.
Not dismal, they're almost absent. And so it nullifies this statement completely. To protect. When that girl was shot, why did they take her to hospital immediately? She would have been alive. She would have been alive. Because she didn't die on the spot. She died undergoing treatment. But look at the length of time it took for her to get to hospital. And all this while, she was bleeding.
My goodness. It's crazy. I can't deal with things like this. I really can't. They affect me in a way that I really am unable to describe. And then here we are. Again, like you say, this service which essentially should be the one that protects you. These are the things now that we're talking about. Horrible story. Really horrific story that a child died.
A Form 4 girl.
Didn't need to die.
No, going about her business. It wasn't as though some criminal activity was taking place and she happened to be... No.
There was no fracas that people were running away from. There was nothing.
Nothing.
There was just being irresponsible and careless.
If it was an accident, as they say, there was the opportunity to take this girl to hospital. Why didn't they take the girl to hospital? And there was a vehicle. There was a police vehicle. Fuel, nonsense. If it had fuel to come there, it means it had fuel to go back wherever it had come from. IPOA, however, said they have confirmed that indeed the police were involved. And they said where criminal culpability is established, the authority will take recommendations, including prosecution of the officer involved.
Really? Are we really going to see that? Or does it sound like something that you want to say so that you can calm people down in terms of when they are baying for blood? Really? Is that going to happen?
What this does is that it poisons the cordial relationships that the police have been trying to build with communities for a long time. This one incident, people suddenly say, wait a moment.
Tosses it out the window.
A mistake could have been made, but this girl could have been taken to hospital immediately. Anyway, let's look for another story, shall we?
On the front page of the Standard, warning signs of a supreme battle is what we are being fed. Leading presidential contenders are flagging issues that could compromise a free and fair poll and are actively documenting them in what is seen as gathering evidence that could come in handy if they find themselves challenging the outcome at the Supreme Court. Okay, so there's a number of things. Deputy President William Ruto and Azimio Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate Raila Odinga seem to be preparing grounds for challenging the results. Both teams have raised issues that could be pertinent in case they find themselves at the Supreme Court seeking to overturn presidential election results. Results of presidential elections in 2013 and 2017 were challenged, with the latter being nullified and repeat election ordered and held. One of the strategies employed by both presidential teams has been documenting the shortcomings and breaches that are thought could compromise the electoral process. Issues raised so far are IEBC preparedness, including the state of including the state of technology deployment in results transmission, involvement of state officers and institutions in partisan politics and political violence. According to Nelson Harvey, who's a former LSK president, these issues are weighty and, if raised in a presidential election petition at the Supreme Court, could render the election results invalid. So do you remember in 2017 when the results of the election were overturned?
Yes.
The point was not whether Uhuru Kenyatta won the election or not.
Oh no, technicality.
It was technicality in terms of process. And you know what? I actually don't blame these two sides and whomever else is documenting these things. Because the small thing, you know how they say the devil is in the details? The small things that are happening right now, and they say they're documenting them, the small things that are happening, whether it is that nomination process, whether it is that clearance process, giving nomination candidature certificates, whatever it is, if a process has anything in terms of a flaw from the very beginning, it is grounds for somebody to talk about how it has affected the end result later. And if these fellas are not careful, tightening all the screws right now, we will have a problem. See, we talked about this thing yesterday. IEBC has an opportunity to tighten those screws today. And if they don't do it, they could actually find themselves in a bit of a pickle later.
You know, if we were to go by the reports that, for instance, they were given by one presidential candidate, Kigame, the way he stated he had been treated and the way he stated his matters had been handled, it points to a clear bias. Because how is it that other people are given time, come back? You pointed this out yesterday. And yet others, it's like, let's give you some 3 minutes or so. Another presidential candidate told us exactly that. You're being told it's a problem and you say it can be rectified, but you're being given what? Does it point to the attitude of the chairman of IEBC? Does it point to the IEBC being overwhelmed? Does it point to the IEBC not being as prepared as they ought to be? Does it point to candidates expecting that things ought to have been in a certain way and that they are not? But you see, the measure against which this is judged are laid down procedures which are in the public domain and which everyone knows. But it is interesting that on this matter of issues regarding the IEBC, these two candidates are in agreement.
Yes. For the first time after a very long time,
yes,
an agreement over this thing, because they've seen. And I said, you know what, CT, a lot of times when you do something, it doesn't matter whether you're an individual or an institution, you do something that leaves a question mark hanging over that particular action. It is perfect fuel and fodder for somebody to come and ask questions about everything else that you're going to do in the future or everything that you did in the past. And so you have an opportunity to rectify it today. You have an opportunity to be open. You have an opportunity to be transparent. You have an opportunity to be fair. Because they're not threatening you. They're telling you, we're just putting all these things down. Should there come a time where we see that there will be traceability between your previous action and the present result, my friend, we will connect the two, and it's very possible for us to table this evidence in a court. And then what will happen? It will be you who will be faulted for the process, and you throw the country back into another drama again. Why? Whereas you had the opportunity to sort it out from the very beginning. Why did you not do it? Opportunities are right. They're here right now. Use them.
They are building their case, and unfortunately they have fodder. By the time letters are being written to the IBC or letters are being written to the president and saying there are issues to do with intelligence and security, and these, as the article clearly states, they are compiling the list of complaints that they hope to present and will present should and if the need arises. They will.
They will.
You know, there's something I want to talk about tomorrow, but I'll just mention it.
Yes, one last story.
There's trouble. No, it will not be long. It will take exactly 1 minute.
No, you can take 3.
I can take 3.
Yes.
Trouble is brewing in DRC. There is a group of people in the eastern part of DRC, and they are referred to
So you tell your mic
as M23.
Okay.
Okay? Now, DRC share a border with Uganda and Rwanda.
Yes.
But in this instance, the complaint is against Rwanda.
What happened?
Well, DRC claimed that Rwanda unleashed the M23, who then attacked DRC. It is a long story. There's a history behind it. And this is what I would like to talk about tomorrow in greater detail.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's some drama going on there.
There's drama going on right in our neck of the woods.
It's interesting that you mentioned Rwanda, because yesterday we did see this story about UK asylum seekers wanting to fly to Rwanda. And I'll just give you some tidbits, even as we roll up to 7 o'clock, details of that particular story. It's interesting that this is happening at this time as well. Find that. Okay, so Rwanda asylum removal flight takes off as cleric term it a shame. The first flight taking asylum seekers to Rwanda took off, and people who were not removed yesterday will be on subsequent flights. British Foreign Secretary Liz Truss said the Rwanda asylum plan would establish the principle and break people traffickers' business models. 7 or 8 people were removed yesterday after dozens won legal cases to be taken off, but more legal challenges are set to be heard. Church of England leaders described the plan as an immoral policy. All the bishops in the UK's upper house of Parliament, the House of Lords, wrote a letter to the British Times newspaper saying that the government's policy to deport migrants who enter the country illegally to Rwanda shames Britain. In their letter, the bishop said, "This policy should shame us as a nation. Rwanda is a brave country recovering from catastrophic genocide. The shame is our own because our Christian heritage should inspire us to treat asylum seekers with compassion, fairness, justice, as we have for centuries. Many are desperate people fleeing unspeakable horrors. Many are Iranians, Eritreans, Sudanese citizens who have an asylum grant rate of at least 88%. They contended that the UK cannot offer asylum to everyone, but added that Britain must not outsource its ethical responsibilities or discard international law, which protects the right to claim asylum. So, clerics are saying that the British government is shirking its responsibility when it comes to caring for those who have sought refuge in their country, and they're saying, well, it's all right, pass it on to somebody else and let's have an agreement, government to government, when you can actually do something about it. And the clerics are saying, no policy, it's a shame.
You know, we are getting to the hour, but it reminds me of the time when there were Syrian refugees on the border of the Federal German Republic. Angela Merkel stands out as the one leader who was willing to make a stand on an issue. And she did make a stand. And she said, we need to remember our history and our heritage. Yeah? These people have a problem, a genuine problem.
Yes.
They have to come in.
Let them come.
Yes. It's a step that other people were not willing to take. Yet she did. She will be remembered for many things. But since we're talking about refugees and what people do with the refugees, Kenya has always welcomed refugees.
Yes. Kenya is on this side of the world,
yes.
Kenya is the highest taker of refugees in the world.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
We are.
Something to take note of. We're coming round to 7 o'clock. Kenya's biggest conversation continues this morning, going into conversations of industrialization and what it would mean for economic development in this country. We're joined by CAS David Osiani with us this morning after the news. Thanks for keeping it Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues right after. But for now, it is 7 o'clock.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Purchase petroleum products days after the Energy, Petroleum and Regulatory Authority's latest review saw a 9 shillings increase in the prices of fuel. In Nairobi, a litre of petrol will retail at 159 shillings and 12 cents, diesel at 140 shillings and kerosene at 127 and 94 cents. EPRA said that the government will utilize the Petroleum Development Levy to cushion consumers from the otherwise high prices. Effecting the levy has seen Kenyans spared 49 shillings 25 shillings and 42 shillings more for a litre of diesel, super petrol and kerosene by a tax-funded subsidy implemented by the government. Without the levy, 3 products would have otherwise retailed at 189 shillings, 184 shillings and 170 shillings respectively. Now, President Uhuru Kenyatta has emphasized the need for concerted efforts to eliminate the stigma associated with mental illness by actively supporting those in mental distress. The president said those facing mental health challenges deserve to be helped instead of being discriminated against, pointing out mental illness is a disease like others. The head of state spoke when he presided over the groundbreaking ceremony for the construction of the ultra-modern Kenya International Mental Wellness Hospital in Ngong, Kajiado County.
It is only right that people freely seek mental health services without fear or shame, and this facility will provide such an environment. Further, to ensure that our people at every level across our country access the mental health services that they need, 4 regional centers of excellence will be concurrently re-established to support this institution. We are also poised to expand our training capacity of the critically needed health workforce needed to offer mental health services across our country.
President Uhuru Kenyatta has received the African Gender Award 2022 for championing gender equality and development in the country. The award serves as a mechanism to monitor and reward an African head of state or government who has demonstrated outstanding achievement in promoting gender equality and development within the thematic areas of the African Union's Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality. The Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality in Africa was adopted by the Assembly of the Heads of State and Government of the African Union in 2004. Speaking at State House Nairobi when he received the award, President Kenyatta thanked the Gender is My Agenda campaign for recognizing the Republic of Kenya's leadership towards translating the AU Solemn Declaration on Gender Equality into action by making it a reality for the lives of women, men, girls and boys. The award was presented to the President by Benita Diop, the African Union Commission Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security representing the GMAC selection committee. We say congratulations to the head of state now. The journey to determine whether former Nairobi Governor Mike Sonko will be in the ballot for the Nairobi gubernatorial position continues today. The committee formed by the IEBC adjourned the sessions yesterday to allow the returning officer prepare the defense. Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka, who appeared at the Milimani court, accused the IEBC of bias.
Sonko amedhulumiwa. Ako na haki sawa chini ya katiba ya nchi hii, Constitution 2010, and in its terms, because sitaki ni azungumze yale ambayo tayari yako mbele ya mahakama. I've instructed our teams is to raise what is called a PO, a preliminary objection, and they will serve the IBC team. Time is extremely of the essence.
Kalonzo also defended Wiper's move to hand over the ticket to Mike Sonko, claiming that his case is still pending at the Supreme Court.
Our constitution is very clear. Unless you have exhausted all the channels under the law, huwezi kuzuiliwa to run for any office in this country. We can even quote the ICC cases. That's why our friends, the president and the deputy president, were able to run. Governor Sonko has an active matter before the Supreme Court, and all other causes are subordinate to the Supreme Court. Tuache mambo haya ya kusaliti nia za wazalendo wa Mombasa. And I want to say Kenya kwa jumla, kama mlikuwa mkidhani Sonko ana mwenyewe, hako na mwenyewe na hako na wenyewe.
Interior Principal Secretary Karanj Kibisho has refuted claims that the government is underpaying youth hired under Kazi kwa Vijana and diverting the money for campaigns. He said, contrary to claims by secular politicians, the 450 shillings that is paid daily to the youth engaged under the National Hygiene Program is the amount that has been budgeted for and that has been paid to recipients since its launch in 2020. The PS challenged Mathira MP Rigathi Gachagua and other MPs who have claimed that the National Assembly had budgeted at least 1,000 shillings in daily allowances to each youth engaged in the program across the country to table supporting evidence. This is Newswire. Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
All right, it continues this morning, and we're looking at a few minutes after 7 o'clock, and quite some traffic on these Nairobi streets this morning. On the Thika Superhighway, that has built up quite considerably and doesn't look pretty, folks, whichever way you want to look at it. Way past the Utali Drift, heading out towards that outer ring junction. Traffic is going to be something today. Coming out of Westlands on James Gishuru out towards Waiaki Way, you can cross over to the Red Hill Link Road and use that as an option to get into the city. It's not too bad, though, if you're going to stick onto Waiaki Way and then get onto Chiromo. Around that Chiromo nook, as you head into the city, however, we might find that it'll hold you back some. It's already building up on Langata Road this morning, and we'll take a look at what that does in a short while. You're going to see at the nexus of Langata Road and the southern bypass that there will be some traffic, but the southern bypass will take you to the city without too much of an issue. Outer Ring is taking a hit off North Airport Road. The traffic coming off Kangundo Road, Juja Road, as well as Manyanja Road, then joins coming out on Jogo Road this morning. So it looks like traffic hour has started early. We'll keep a look at what's going on where you are and where we are as well. Let us know on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
8 minutes after 7 o'clock, it's Kenya's biggest conversation, and tuned in around the country, wherever you are, karibuni sana. Good morning to you. Our live stream is up on Facebook and YouTube, so thanks for joining us in this morning's conversation. C.T. Muga, Ndu Okoh in the studio with you. Our guest for 7 a.m. is already in the studio, and we'll introduce him in a bit. As we get into the conversation, let's kick things off with today's proverb.
Yes. A pygmy's shadow is greater than the setting sun. There's a proverb from the Seychelles.
A pygmy's shadow is greater than the setting sun. Because of how we normally think about pygmies.
And how we look at the
time
sun.
that the sun is setting, your shadows tend to be bigger.
They tend to be, and also the orb that represents the sun, the visual optics are illusionary because you look at it and it looks like it's small, yet it's the distance and how it is our eyes are given to understanding distance. Yes, so if something is far away, of necessity it will look small even if it isn't small.
Okay. His presence is not small in the room this morning. We're joined by the CAS in the Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, Honorable David Osian. Good morning and welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning.
Wow, your
It's
hello
nice to
is
be
a
here.
song.
Yes. He can actually sing, by the way.
Really?
Oh,
Yes, he
my
can.
God.
You know, we're going to have to ask you to do that.
Oh, the national anthem is something I take so easily. We all could, so that's fine.
Well, that would mean that we'd have to stand up, and then it's going to get a little bit confusing here. David Osanyi, good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana to the hot seat.
Thank you.
Where the conversations that we'll be having are actually about hot matters right now concerning this particular topic. So let's go at it, shall we?
All right.
Okay, so promoting industrialization through special economic zones.
Yes.
We've talked about it, special economic zones. We had a gentleman in the studio last week when he says, look, this should be the push. We should be manufacturing. We should be industrializing. We should be making sure that we are making money.
Good.
As Kenya, as countries on the continent, what is the ministry's approach to this from where you sit as the CAS?
I think the creation of the Special Economic Zones Authority in and of itself was a huge step towards establishing special economic zones in Kenya. So that then there is a coordinating framework for special economic zones, which are different from the export processing zones, even though both of them are attuned towards industrial parks and industrialization as an agenda of government. When the president said that he hoped to achieve the contribution of manufacturing into GDP to be about 15%, I think it seemed as though he aimed too high, but I think he was real. We've achieved an 11% contribution into GDP. Remembering, though, that COVID was here with us, and so we lost 2 years of industrialization. The creation of the Special Economic Zones Authority has achieved quite some significant work. We currently have 16 special economic zones in Kenya, all right, fully registered, out of which 5 are public special economic zones, the rest being private, which means as an investor you could set up somewhere or purchase a parcel of land and say, this is what I want to do on this parcel of land, and I want it to be demarcated and licensed as a special economic zone. The approach then by government to create an enabling environment, which is of course boosted by the fact that we are a liberalized economy. Capital markets authority is open to the international market. And so it's easy for, we even allow repatriation of resources by our investors in the country. All these things combined have created an enabling environment for the special economic zones to fester. And I think that, for me, is a very big thing.
Maybe we can take a couple of steps back, David. When we say special economic zone, tell us exactly what we are talking about here.
It would be easy to draw the parallels between a special economic zone and an export processing zone.
Yes.
Because both of them are industrial parks. So a special economic zone is envisaged to be a zone, like it's like a township. It mingles with community and creates a mini city where all these other factors are at play. An industrial park, but with other things. So when you go, for example, to our special economic zone known as the Konza City, Technopolis, that's a special economic zone. It will be having, your technology companies setting up our Silicon Savannah, but it will also have hotels. It will have all these amenities, a hospital here and there. The two are zones where the normal regimes of tax, customs, and everything are not really at play. Okay, so they are set aside. So you have a special economic zone then taking the township kind of look. An export processing zone is straight jacket industrial park. You go in there, it's manufacturing, and you get out. Even getting a fuel station may be a challenge. You go in, you find companies and sheds where people manufacture. Now, that is structurally how they're built. However, in terms of the soft, policy and what really makes them different is that an export processing zone 80% of your total product is for export outside the local market. The local market being East Africa community.
Okay.
So you only have 20% to dispose or to sell to Kenya and the other countries of EAC, DRC, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi. But when you go to an SEZ, you're not limited. You can sell locally, you can sell internationally. Nothing stops you from doing that. Secondly, it's about the way we incentivize the two zones. So because in a special economic zone, you're likely to accrue your profits almost immediately. We do not have a tax holiday for special economic zone investors, but we have a 10-year tax holiday for export processing zone investors.
So what do we have for special economic zone investors that's supposed to be an incentive for them?
The incentive we have for special economic zone investors is that, for example, they can hire 20% of their expatriate from the countries they have come from. Is that they operate outside the normal, they are not levied. No county levies or taxes apply in the special economic zones. So it doesn't matter. So once you're in a special economic zone, you cannot, Nairobi County Council cannot come and say, this is our tax paid. Doesn't work for
Kenya
them.
Revenue Authority?
Kenya Revenue Authority has their customs levied, but they're very varied. All right. So you will look at, for example, when you import your equipment into a special economic zone, you import them custom free. So KRA doesn't charge you at the port of entry for equipment designated for the special economic zone.
Could you give us examples of special economic zones around the world that have spurred the sort of development that we envisage for our idea of the special economic zones?
Jebel Ali in Dubai is a special economic zone. It's what revolutionized what Dubai is. When they created Jebel Ali, they tried to attract investors, come into our country. You can repackage from this place. You can do whatever you are doing from this place. The tax regime in the country will not apply inside here. We will give you power at a cheaper cost. For example, if you go to our Naivasha Special Economic Zone, the cost of power is about 5 cents per kilowatt hour, as opposed to 18 or 17 shillings nationwide. And even in EPZ, it's just 15 shillings.
Right.
All right. So those various incentives. Jebel Ali is one of the most reputed special economic zones that spurred the growth. And remember, the whole of Singapore is now a special economic zone. Started as a small special economic zone, expanding. And they said, why don't we make the whole country operate under these laws and attract, therefore, investors and investment from around Singapore?
So why doesn't Kenya do that?
We are doing it. We are just probably not getting the results as fast as we would hope for, but
maybe
I think we are now
precursor, or maybe a precursor to that question, David, then would be, what model then is Kenya currently using under the auspices of your office? What model is being used, and who then is being invited to operate within these zones? Whether we're talking about special economic zones, whether we're talking about export processing zones, who's being invited? Kenyans doing business in Kenya? External parties coming in and setting up business here? Who's being asked to do this?
That's a brilliant question. Listen, one of the biggest challenges we've had is that Kenyans think they cannot invest in these zones. And we are speaking to our investors. I remember leading a team of, the who is who, the Kenyan big boys, when we went to seek forays in Egypt. And none of them even knew about a special economic zone. One of them was setting up a multi-million avocado processing plant to his factory somewhere in central Kenya. And when I told him, why don't you do this as a special economic zone? Why don't you apply to be licensed as a special economic zone? In which case, then you will enjoy, even bringing in your equipment for free. You will enjoy different tax regimes. You will enjoy lower rates of power, considerably lower rates of power. He said, what do you mean? Are you serious? I said, yes. I understand there has been a disconnect in terms of communicating that agenda. One of the roles I took up when I joined the ministry was to try and speak about what the ministry has and does. So yes, we have the Kenya Investment Authority. That's our lead promotion agency that gets out there and speaks to investors and say, hey, listen, we have a dedicated economic zone in Naivasha for textile manufacturing. We are requesting you to come in and set base in our special economic zone there, or entice them to come to our export processing zone in Kitengela at the river. That is their job. But even locally, we are telling our investors, the people who have invested in various sectors, that we want to create an economy that's robust and create it with Kenyans. All right? So we have seen, for example, Tatu City is a special economic zone. Not many people know that. But Tatu City is a special economic zone. So when you see Bidco has set up its multi-billion plant in Tatu City, they know that it works for them for this market and beyond.
How easy then it is, because one of the biggest complaints of business people has been that the government has not made it easy to do business. I mean, and this could have been historical. This could have been a while ago. So the question is, how have things changed or made it easier to operate and do business commercially in this country as a Kenyan to say, all right, so let's take on the government on this. And take on, I mean, let's take up this offer that's being made. How easy it is then? Because we're talking about a lot of things. We're talking about licensing. We're talking about as you say, bringing in equipment, taxes, etc., etc. Or are we saying that here you have a carte blanche to operate as you will because we set up the zone and if you apply, you get through, it's automatic, snap of the fingers kind of thing?
In 2014, Kenya ranked 138th in the world Ease of Doing Business Index.
Terrible.
2 years ago, we ranked 56th. It shows you how we have made remarkable steps.
Let's start again. Which year were we? 100 and something?
2014.
Okay.
All right. So those 7 years of improving ease of doing business, and we are third in Africa. So
after who and who and who?
After Mauritius and Rwanda. Yes. We are doing better than Nigeria. We are doing better than South Africa. We are doing better than Ethiopia.
It's okay. I yeah.
Nigerian by birth, but Kenyan by choice. Choose your choice. All right? So we are third in Africa after Mauritius and Rwanda. That only shows you that there's a bit of work going in onto ease of doing business. Of course, when you create e-citizen platform and business registration is, easier done online than having to queue at the state law office, and it makes doing business much easier. However, we also admit that there have been challenges, for example, with cross-county licensing. So you register a company in County A, but when you cross over from Kiambu with a vehicle that's branded, that has paid its levies, you pay cess.
Again, yes.
But that's not, it's for the counties to have a conversation with themselves and say, are we becoming barriers to business and trade, or are we promoting business and trade? The Ministry of Devolution, I am aware, even though that's outside my purview, maybe I shouldn't comment about it, has tried to have conversations with them. We have, as a ministry, tried to tell them, listen, create regional blocks at the very least. So that's why you have Lake Region Economic Block, you have Central Economic Block, you have Coast Economic Block. But even creating these blocks and agreeing in between themselves is a challenge.
But so then the monstrosity that government is, right? Looking at the different departments that operate within ministry.
Yeah.
Hold that, put that aside.
Yeah.
And we've looked at countries. You've given the example of Singapore.
Yeah.
We look at China, who decided, hold on a minute, 30 million people in poverty, this cannot happen. Let's set this thing up and let's do it. Let's make money inside the country first, and then the surplus we will start to sell outside.
Yeah.
But let us manufacture, let's industrialize for ourselves. The Industrial Revolution took place. People started to put machines up and say, let's put these things, light bulbs, vehicles, etc., etc. But they decided to do that within the boundaries of their countries.
Yes.
They made it easier and said, it is the people who operate within this country who are going to drive this thing. We're not going to bring in somebody from outside to set up for us here. It's going to be done here. So then, coming back now to this thing that we put aside, if I can introduce a new word, the bigness that is government then cannot be allowed to work in silos if what we're trying to do is industrialize.
You're absolutely right. The challenge then we have is our devolution system, just like the federal states in Nigeria, where a state or a county as we know it in Kenya has its governor, has its laws, and you have to appreciate that some of these functions were devolved. Trade, for example, was devolved. So previously, government ran what used to be markets to try and dignify our business people and give them responsible, good-looking sheds from where they could do business. That now lies within the purview of the county government. And government cannot do much about it. All right? We cannot decide to now take back what we have devolved. Healthcare is a devolved function. The hospitals that are under government are level 6 and 7 hospitals. You're talking Kenyatta, Moi Referral, Jomo Kenyatta University Hospital, Nyeri, one that was adopted under Kenyatta National Hospital. And so if the county is not going to be working towards that, we have a challenge. So if we have a devolved system that has devolved functions around trade and industrialization primarily, and there are points and places beyond which we cannot go and we cannot determine as national government, but speak to county governments to be able to understand, then we have a challenge. And 12 years of growing what is now known as devolution, well, I would say 12 years is too few, but then we don't have time to be able to then say later that we have 50 years, we will improve it. Different models have worked separately in different areas. And this is why I implore every Kenyan going into an election to get leaders who can afford or understand what their mandate is. If you get a county governor and a member of county assembly who understands the monstrosity of industrialization and that they have a duty just as has the national government, then they will try and work seamlessly with national government for guidance and implementation of industrialization policies.
Are we saying, therefore, that understanding here has to be demonstrated by the activities that follow it? Because we've had this discussion in the studio about, for instance, our parliament, and it's by far the most educated parliament we've ever had. The professionals within it,
top notch.
Yet the decision-making process that we witness is dismal. Things that ought to represent the very functions that they were elected to actually perform fall by the wayside. If you look at governors, very many of our governors, in terms of academic qualifications, sterling. But in terms of their ability, yes. So it is not that, in my mind, that people don't elect leaders. It's not that they don't elect people even with the track records, they do. Somehow the lure of the profits that one can accrue through plundering and pilfering seems to overtake all these things, because stories are told of people who, before they got into political positions, were one person. They get there, they become another person. Same with government. So I think the issue, if I may, is how do you elect a leadership who respect and adhere to the rule of law?
This is a topic I'm passionate about. Yes. The topic around fixing our software. Software is not our academic credentials.
No, it is not.
Software is the person, our values. Yesterday I was speaking in a graduation for one of the schools in Nairobi, and I said to them, listen, you guys are walking out of school into a world bereft of the real essence of humanity, bereft of honor, humility, honesty, diligence. A world bereft of kindness and courtesy. That's our software. The software re-engineering is going to happen on the floors of our houses, and I'm sad to say that its fruits may only be born properly in 20 years, because we have been the nation where schools were burnt by teachers and students alike, because Magoha and Matiang'i were saying you can't steal exams anymore. That's a software problem. I know that the voters are going to take a chance and risk it all, but you see, the voters also must understand, yes, maybe someone comes to office and they have a track record. Accountability frameworks So you have an MCA who is elected to hold a governor to account, or a member of parliament elected to hold the president to account. And as you say, sadly, they look at their accruals. What am I going to be able to make? And it becomes very sad. However, the voters must do the best they can at the ballot. Let's have the conversations then around, we tried, we thought this is who he was.
Actually, David, don't you think that there's a misnomer there? Because the discussion is about what voters should do at the ballot. It's more what they should do after the ballot.
I agree. I totally agree. Both at and beyond the ballot.
The software question, I think, is an extremely important one. And we're going to take a break now and then come back and discuss that, because this question, whether commercialization, industrialization, all of these things can happen, the nitty-gritty of it is then how can you ensure that the folks who've been put in those positions are actually going to get the job done, and what is going to guarantee that?
Very important.
So we're going to look at some of those things as we come back. David Osiani in the studio with us this morning. And as we take that break, let's remind you that Sunday is Father's Day, and the month of June belongs to the fathers at Sarah, your city. From the 1st to the 30th, a whole month of discounts and activities this June, and on Father's Day Sunday, it gets extra special. Offers and discounts from various stores, medical camps, fitness challenges by Smash Fit Gym, art exhibitions by Sana Arts, Superbike displays, and top DJs at the Rooftop Garden. And there's more. This Father's Day, Sarah, your city will also be hosting the premiere of the blockbuster movie Jurassic World Dominion at Century Cinemax. We've got shopping vouchers and hampers from Dairyland for the main man in your life. And by that, we mean your dad. Stay tuned to find out how you can win.
No, you know, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in McQueen?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And I mean, you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel in Kericho, good morning.
Salama sana Eric, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Seriousness Maritim, hapa ni Nairobi.
Seriousness Maritim, aina moja.
Yes. Sasa ile juma nampambia yeye nini? Amalize aende. Asante sana.
That's it.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mostly cloudy conditions this morning in Nairobi, highs of 26 and lows of 14. At 14, it's sunny in Nakuru, highs of 26 and lows of 14. 24 will be the high in Nyeri, where it's cloudy at 15. And 12 degrees in Eldoret, sunny conditions, highs of 25 and lows of 11. Mombasa is mostly sunny at 25, highs of 29 and lows of 24. And it's mostly sunny in Malindi at 24, we'll see highs of 29. 18 degrees and sunny in Kisumu, we'll see 17 degrees and sunny conditions in Kakamega. It's sunny in Kampala at 19, highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 31 in a sunny Dar es Salaam. 4 degrees, clear conditions in Johannesburg. 11 degrees will be the high and lows of -1. And it's raining in Lagos at 27. We'll see highs of 29. We'll see highs of 32 in a currently clear Kinshasa at 19.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
The clock says traffic hour has
You're
begun, and
listening
we're looking at quite some action taking place in most parts of the city this morning. The southern bypass, however, is looking pretty good. If your escape from Mombasa Road, if anything, going by what happened yesterday is to indicate this morning, you want to use that and do it pretty early. Coming off Langata Road, we're seeing quite some traffic as well. Uhuru Highway getting into the city and out through Westlands, also doing that magic today. The Thika Superhighway all the way through to the Outer Ring Junction is madness, as it is on Kiambu Road, and we're going well into Coffee Gardens already, really early. Coming off Limuru Road, in and outbound traffic is bumper to bumper, and coming out of Lavington through to James Gishuru onto Wayaki Way. You want to use the Red Hill Link Road if you're stuck. Coming out through to Wing Road Westlands and then onto Chiromo is where the action is happening this morning. Let us know what's going on where you are on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
The National School-Based Deworming Program, in partnership with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education and Evidence Action, has since 2009 provided deworming treatment to school children across the country. The initiative reaches at least 6 million children across 27 counties annually and has enabled the treatment of school-going children aged 2 to 4 by training teachers. This year, as they celebrate over 10 years of serving Kenyans, the National School-Based Deworming Program will be treating children in 17 counties between the 14th and 16th of June. All parents are encouraged to ensure that their children are treated at the nearest primary school in the selected counties.
Africa is rapidly growing, and Merck Foundation is raising awareness about different social and health issues through fashion and art with purpose. Our Africa TV show on KTN Home will talk about issues that matter to you, such as diabetes awareness, ending child marriage, supporting girl education, and breaking infertility stigma, among other topics affecting the continent. Join Merck Foundation CEO Senator Dr. Rasha Kelej every Saturday at 5:30 p.m. as she talks to fashion designers, singers, and other personalities from across Africa. Only on KTN Home.
Between the 14th and 16th of June, the National School-Based Deworming Program, in partnership with the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, and Evidence Action, will be treating children in 17 counties for free for bilharzia and soil-transmitted common worms. Join me, Yolanda Mulo, and DJ Absolute every weekday morning from 11 a.m. to learn about the program's impact since it was launched over 10 years ago in 2009. See you then.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
At 23 minutes
Mornings
to 8 o'clock,
done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
City. We're joined by Honorable David Osiani this morning, who's the CAS Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, having a hot conversation this morning, a difficult one to have, because we started off, talking about, look, this is what needs to happen, this is what is happening, this, etc., etc. But the crux of the matter is what CT raised as we went towards the break, and a lot of stuff has been politicized. Corruption and graft is at the heart of many of these issues, because we can sit here and talk until the cows come home. But if the fundamental issue is not sorted out, we're joking.
We've normalized it. In the past, it was considered that if you did something that was not in accordance with the law, it was criminal. It now seems that if you don't do the criminal, if you don't engage yourself in criminal activity, it is you who is the criminal. This thing has been inversed completely. And if you think it is a problem at the national government, try the county system and see. Try the county system. You will be shocked. When I say normalized, I mean they will not pretend. You will be told, you want this done, this is what it costs. There is what it costs as in the books that you pay to the county, and there's what you give the individuals who are involved and who are paid to do this very thing.
And we have quite a number of individuals, David, and maybe you can lean in on that. We have quite a number of individuals who quit their office, and at some point you wanted to as well, to go into the political space. And unfortunately, the mindset is that a lot of people will quit public office or state office to run for politics so that we can perpetuate this same thing that we're talking about now. So that individuals can sit at the helm of graft and make sure that more money is trickling into their pocket as opposed to getting the job done. Why did you decide not to run?
You know, the problem we have is it's on all sides, east, west, north, south. There's a problem. Below, down there, up here, there's a problem. Structurally, we have a problem. I spoke about our software. We have a problem. I am an Afro-optimist. I believe that Africa can do better. But that belief only becomes sensible when we first admit that there is a challenge and that it needs fixing, and that it will be fixed by those of us who decide that we're going to be the few good men and women of society to do our honest parts. All right? In a country and a world, I dare say, where the right seems wrong and the wrong seems so right, it is normal. Someone has to do something, and we cannot just complain about it. I admit, because I have seen it in government, I have experienced it at the county level firsthand. I have seen the tragedy of graft. And you even go to the electorate and you're running for office, and they say, how can you run for office in that tiny house of yours? Then the imagination is you must have a lot of money and a big car to be able to run for office. Sometimes out of poverty, they could justify it and say, no, you are poor like us. I think that's what happens in their minds, which is faulty. You're poor like us. You need to have something of your own so that you don't steal from us. Yet I have seen, there's sufficient evidence that the wealthy steal even larger. And so
the wealthy steal more.
Yeah, because they have this bottomless, insatiable desire for resources. They're used to the big money. So if you're used to $1 billion shillings, and you don't have it in the account, you have a few 200 million Kenya shillings, you really will try and plug in to seek where the 800 is going to come from. I don't know. But the truth, we have to have these conversations on the floor of our houses.
Absolutely. So
it
what
will
do you
start
think about
with
your
the mother in the village who does not, you see an African mother, the son, 22-year-old, shows up with a G-Wagon Mercedes. We all know that car is $200 million US. Okay? And the mother will not ask, my son, where did you get the vehicle from? She'll say, Chineke, God in heaven, you have blessed me, oh.
See God.
See God. All right? My father, I remember I bought my first car at 21. I have said this before. But when I went to my father in his hospital bed to tell him I had bought a vehicle, and I wanted him to pray for my car, he stepped out. Before he stepped out of the bed, he asked me, where did you get the money from?
Yes.
You're 21. You don't come from a privileged background. Where did you get the money from? And I had to start explaining, Dad, we had this gig so fast. I'm working on radio. I'm a presenter at Hot 96. It's paying peanuts, but I get gigs to do voiceovers. And one of the biggest voiceover I did was the Africa Cup of Nations. The World Cup was going round, and I was voicing it for Coca-Cola. And they paid me decently. Of course, out of my foolishness, when I was paid 450,000, I went to buy a car, not knowing how I would fuel it thereafter. All right? I just wanted to feel I'd bought a car. But those are the conversations we must have on the floors of our houses and hold each other to account. When there is a life change, ask the tough questions to your partner. Don't just say, I'm here to chop the money. Ask Mr. Boyfriend, sir, or Mr. Girlfriend, darling.
Where is this from?
This is amazing. We are going to the Maldives, and I love it. And I'm going to take pictures in the first-class cabin, and it's amazing. But care to tell me before I am pinned down where this is from? Because unless we fix that, all these imagined brilliant ideas we have, Vision 2030, the MTP, Agenda 63 for Africa, whatever it is, people without honor will not implement them. The person who decides to take away $5 million, which is 500 million Kenya shillings,
which happens often,
forgets that those are 100 dispensaries built and furnished across this country.
David, you had quite a number of colleagues who jumped the ship
Yes.
and decided to run for office.
Yes.
where you're saying a lot of these things are going on. What do you think about that? At some point, you wanted to as well.
I am persuaded that we cannot now forget and drop and leave our hallowed chambers of parliament to wolves. I think there has to be good people who run for office and pursue them. I am praying that those who have decided to run for office are running for the right reasons. It's not for acquisition and accumulation, rather for the sole desire to transform livelihoods. Even if that parliament of 349 people had only 100 honorable people, that would be a big push. 100 who wake up every morning, who understand it's their mandate to improve the livelihoods of Kenyans as a community, not of their villagers only. 100 who are committed to show up in parliament to legislate. 100 who wake up each and every morning and show up and look and examine every bill that comes to the floor of that house with open-mindedness and with a patriotic focus. That would change this. So I congratulate those who've gone. I don't know what's been their drive. I know that one day, in one way or form, I'm going to be in the political space. That I can guarantee you. When, I don't know, but when I get there, I pray and hope that I will be able not only to pontificate as I am doing here, but to implement this passion that I have deep inside.
You know what I find strange, though?
Yeah.
And why this discussion we're now having is important.
Yeah.
The ministry that you work in.
Yes.
Given their mandate and what it is that they're able to do in helping transform the country, it's profound. But if the people who hold office vie for political positions end up in positions of authority, use the word software, good. I would venture that the hardware has also been disturbed because you suddenly, the rubric, the very foundation of it seems to be faulty. So yes, what we hear from people who seek office is what they say.
Exactly.
Some have a track record that supports the things they say. But you said we have 17 economic zones.
16.
16.
Yeah.
I'm being prophetic here. Now,
good. God bless.
Now, you've also said that it is something you can apply for, depending on what it is you want to do.
Yes.
I'm thinking of a situation where we had economic zones literally in every county in this country. Because I previously thought, previously was many years ago, that you needed to be near the sea or near the mountains. But I realized you don't.
No, you don't.
You don't. Now,
You don't.
the amount of revenue that we'd be able to generate would be profound. So now, just as a point of departure, those who feel that they must steal and in a position of authority, don't they realize that if you go along this path, there'll be more to steal?
Yes, assuming that the drive
I
is
think
there.
what CT means is that there will be more to go round.
Well, I was addressing a specific group of people.
Okay.
Yes.
And also, even as you steal a lot, there'll be some still remaining for your people. But if you take the very seed money, because this is what many of our leaders do, then essentially there can be no forward movement.
I agree.
But back to the question I wanted to ask. You said you are an Afro-pessimist.
Optimist.
Oh, sorry.
That was deliberate.
It was no Freudian slip.
City is a master of sarcasm.
Now, as you look forward and you look ahead, do you see a situation in this country where we'll be able to talk about the rule of law being preeminent and people who are elected are the first respecters of the law and adherents to the law? Do you see such a situation?
You know, Lee Kuan Yew, in transforming the wonderful Singapore, the first task he had was to hold to account his cabinet. And he looked at them in the eye and said, listen, guys, it starts with you. If I'm going to show an example down there, if people are going to know that...
we're serious about what we're saying.
That there is pain and there is punishment for graft and for not doing your job, they're going to see it with you. Sheikh, the ruler of Dubai, appoints his cabinet, and when he appoints them, he he shows them to the world. He parades them and says, this is what your job is, and this is the time frame you have for it. I'll be back here with you in 48 months or in 24 months to hold you to account in front of this same audience. And he fires them in front of that same audience that cheered as he appointed them. I think the rule of law is foundationally going to be our cornerstone of progress, the rule of law. And where it is not honored, where it is not respected, where it is not cherished, however much we do, if the rule of law does not exist, tomorrow you're going to see guardrails that are protecting the expressway being cutted off. Because the rule of law, people are not patriotic enough to know that these laws are there for us.
Actually, take it as a given that it will happen.
I really pray not, because sometimes I think we need extremes.
It will happen because if you traverse, once upon a time I traversed these highways by the nature of my work, and they'd put these lovely guardrails.
Yeah.
No accident has occurred.
Yeah.
You pass by a month or so later, it's gone. And you can see this thing, somebody methodically came. And now, if you look at the way they put it up, man, it's a tedious process.
Yes.
It's really labor intensive.
Yes.
And it's difficult to remove it. But people will remove it.
And you know why it happens? Because they can almost guarantee they'll get away with it.
Yes, and they also know where to take it.
And part of that is the reason I'm glad when the president had this moratorium on scrap metal. And we as a ministry have been charged with the job of ensuring that guys who are applying for license must show us where they trade, with whom they trade, how they have traded over years, and account for the monies they have made trading for the previous many years. I mean, I have phone calls coming from people who are even known to me. Waziri, help us. We need this license. I say, I'm going to help you. I am more than glad to help you. Have you applied online? Yes. You're going to face our multi-agency panel, which has from the intelligence agency to CID to KRA, everybody, so that we are able to get to the root of what really is ailing our country. If people go to the SGR, Standard Gauge Railway, and cut off bits of it, and for a day it's stalled. What madness is that? You know? So the challenges abound, but I think solutions are with us. Those of us who are in different spaces, not only those of us, in government or civil service or public service officers, it's in conversations like this that hold to account. I've watched this conversation holding leaders to account and telling them when they quoted things that didn't work. I will not mention names. But it starts here. It starts in the priests and pastors in the churches who will say, listen, we respect you, but we are not going to be blurred by politics so as not to ask the important questions. And the imams. It starts with the university students who are not looking at themselves as the hope of the country just because they don't have a few shillings later. And every time when people say, oh, young, we are youth, I say, age is transient. I am glad, I thank God, and the president honored me as a youth to serve as minister, but that's not the card I flash, because I've been in this country that had Joe Mishuki as an old man, an implementer par excellence, and I've been in this same country where we've had parliamentarian young people, juvenile, who are not attuned to, whose hearts are not in the right place.
David, even as you talk about these things, and look, at the goal, where we are going, some things need to be done. And from what you're saying, the rot has eaten well into, it has permeated every place that you can possibly imagine. And at the same time, we're saying the work still needs to be done. We have individuals who are sitting in positions and are essentially not doing their job. You said you don't know. Some of your colleagues left those positions and went to run for politics. You don't know what the intention was. But more often than not, the speculation on the other side of the pond is that people are going to look for an opportunity where they can eat a little bit more of this that CT's talking about. Yeah. What must happen? Oftentimes, the baton is passed on to the voting public. Now choose you this day whom shall serve you, kind of thing. What is it that's supposed to happen now from somebody who's from the inside looking out? Really, There are people who are supposed to do their job and don't do it, David. There are people who are supposed to make sure some of these things are happening and don't do it. Politics comes in and plays a role sometimes that we're not even aware about the size or the magnitude of it. What ought to happen?
The leadership of President Kenyatta, I think, has been very good for the manufacturing and SME sector. It's the first time as a country that in my ministry we have created the micro and small enterprise policy that even defines what a micro and small enterprise is. There has been no definition of such kind in this country until that policy was put in place. You have, various authorities. You have the Kenya Industrial Estates charged with ensuring that they have shades where people can manufacture from and give you resources to do that. You have the Kenya Industrial Research Development Institute. People hardly know about it, but Kirdi is home to, we have equipped it with multi-billion equipment so that people can go manufacture what they can with the guidance of technical teams. If you want to do honey, you walk into a Kirdi place in South Sea, they will tell you this is how we walk you towards doing your honey, purified honey to the end. The Micro Small Enterprise Authority has been trying to work with counties to build sheds for SMEs. There has been a lot that has gone in from Kenya Investment Authority, Export Processing Zone Authority, all these things. In terms of policies, Kenya has more than enough policies to get us going. But
So
the
it's the
implementation
people
is
who
going to
are sitting behind the
Absolutely.
policy that are the problem.
Absolutely. And sometimes it's not about the CEO. It's about the technical person who understands that this is his job to do. The president can ensure these policies are made. The ministers, the policy prefect, and the policy maker can ensure, as we have, that all these policies are made to create a conducive environment. You can have a CEO, for example, at EPZ, but who is being sabotaged by an officer below him because the officer think they can reach high places and are not able to be touched. It's about everybody doing their job. And sometimes I actually really just think that people must know that there is punishment for not doing what you need to do. There are times I have even thought that civil service should entirely be contracted, not permanent and pensionable.
Because
Sometimes that's what people think. I cannot be moved. I'll just be taken to another department. My salary will keep coming. And it's work to fire. And then that's even risky to say, but I have to say it. Sometimes
it's a good thought.
Yeah, it has its risks, but you have to have an accountability framework. There has to be something beyond being taken to sell, because how do you punish someone for not doing his job?
But David, the thing is, I'm going back to the earlier statement of the rule of law. The vast majority of people in this country want to be law-abiding.
I agree.
They actually want to do the right thing. But in the absence of consistent, persistent examples set from the very top, that example gives you a safety net and a feeling of security. If security is in going with the tide, people will go with the tide. If swimming against the tide portends much harm, you will shy away from it. And that is why our scheme for whistleblowing doesn't really bear much fruit, because whistleblowers really have an extremely hard time.
Oh yeah, tell me about it.
So if that's why I'm going back to what I said earlier on. The rule of law and people who are willing to put their foot first, and people who are willing to live by examples of being the first people to live by the rule of the law.
Yeah, but I think there's also need to celebrate those who have been able to do that. Long-standing civil servants have been into government. I tell you, there are women and men of honor in public service who do their job with diligence and are not even celebrated enough. There are parliamentarians in this country. I can say here very comfortably, you go to Bondo, Simeon Ochanda, who's the MP there. I come from Rongo. I don't come from Bondo. But that's the first guy to create sustainable income for his schools in the constituency by creating fish cages for them and feeding 120 school pupils a meal a day without the CDF. He just put seed money with the CDF. Each school owned its cages, and now each school has several other cages.
Which means the schools have an income generating project.
Exactly.
Ochanda is exceptional.
Yes. So when we celebrate people like that it's beyond, and he's not the guy on TV every day.
No, in fact, if you don't know him, you don't know him.
You wouldn't know.
So when we have examples like that, let's celebrate them. Let's reach out for public servants who have done their deed, who've been on the stage and have been exceptional without graft, without a thing, and whose impact has been felt. And say, listen, I think you need to be celebrated. That way, then we create examples for the generations coming behind. You tell them, when you're looking for a leader, when you're looking for someone to take after, please take after Ndu.
David, thank you for joining us. I mean, many things that we heard this morning, starting off an industrialization conversation and looking at where it went, but this really is the heart of the matter.
Yeah.
David Osang is the CAS, Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development. Hope to see you again soon.
Thank you.
Good morning. It's 8 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Vibes Radio. The news at the top of the hour on Vibes.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Johnson Sakaja awaits the ruling on his academic papers and whether he will be given the green light to participate in the elections. A non-government organization now wants investigative agencies, including the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, to investigate the authenticity of Nairobi County Senator Johnson Sakaja's degree certificate. The NGO Youth Advocacy Africa, through its lawyers, claimed that they have sufficient evidence to prove that Sakaja's team university degree was procured illegally. In the letter, the NGO alleged that Sakaja was never admitted to the institution, never sat for any examinations, never graduated, and that he does not have any academic qualifications from the said university. The NGO also wants Tim's University in Uganda to explain the circumstances under which Sakaja obtained the degree certificate. They say they want action be taken against the officers from Tim University who issued the fraudulent certificate to Sakaja. Sakaja has however maintained that he is innocent and that he is being attacked due to his political decisions.
Kuna wadosi wamekaa mahali wanasema kijana wa mtu kawaida hawezi kuwa gavana wa Nairobi. Si mnaona wananiandama, wananiwekea makesi. Mimi nimesoma, niko na makaratasi na najua Mwenyezi Mungu atatushikilia, tutafaulu. Nitakuwa kwa hiyo debe ya kuwa gavana wa Nairobi City County.
Meanwhile, Azimio candidate Polycarp Igathe will similarly know his fate today after a petition was filed by a Nairobi resident objecting his application. And senators have raised concern over the recent upward review of the country's debt ceiling that now stands at 10 trillion shillings. In a motion seeking to have the Senate approve the debt ceiling approved by the National Assembly last week, senators cautioned against acute borrowing, arguing the country must ensure debt sustainability. During debate on the country's debt ceiling, the senators poked holes into the approval by the National Assembly. While a section of senators argued the adjustment was necessary to finance the country's development budget, others opposed the move, saying the tax burden will be heavier on Kenyans. At the same time, the senators called for proper use of 6.9 billion shillings set for the release to 34 counties as additional grants 15 days to the end of the financial year. In the 2021-2022 final year grant from the National Treasury, Tharaka-Nithi County will receive the highest amount at 229 million shillings, followed by Tana River at 228 million shillings, while majority of the counties will receive a total of 153 million shillings each. And the rate of new infections of COVID-19 is likely to increase in the months of June and July due to cold weather being experienced in many parts of the country. Health expert Bernard Muga says that infections of coronavirus, being a respiratory tract disease, may go up now that many people have abandoned health protocols aimed to contain it. Muga observed that the current infection rate given by the Ministry of Health may not be all-encompassing since testing rate of the disease has gone down. He noted the sample of those who were tested can be described as biased, since individuals tested are only those who have shown signs and symptoms of coronavirus and gone for checking, observing that some with mild signs are freely interacting with others. This as Newswire continues to urge you to take care of yourself, observe all the COVID-19 protocols so that you may also take care of others. And the trouble bedeviling Karachi breweries took another turn after the Kenya Revenue Authority closed the Naivasha-based factory for the umpteenth time. The tax collector is accusing the company of defaulting on an earlier agreed plan to repay tax arrears totaling 300 million shillings. The authority has gone ahead to issue agency notices to several banks against lending the brewer, fully paralyzing the operations of the company. But the company has accused KRA of political witch hunt, noting that they signed the agreement through duress and the harsh economic times had affected their operations.
Whatever was on our table then, it was 30 million. That's what we were. But then now the letter that went to the bank, the agency notices, is talking of over 500 million. So we find again creating that an conducive environment now in the investments to show that to invest in Karachi now is more, it's becoming more riskier, which is very wrong. KRA is under tremendous pressure to place Karachi Brewers Limited under essential jeopardy in order to retaliate against me for my interest in offering political leadership in Nakuru County. Still plead with the KRA to afford us an opportunity to get back to our feet and gain our footing as a manufacturer.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
All right, continues in most parts of Nairobi this morning, and we're seeing quite heavy on the Thika Superhighway today. Getting out into the city, we're looking at bumper-to-bumper traffic way back towards that outer ring junction. Or else, what are we seeing? It might get a little better as we go ahead. Kiambu Road is also jam-packed. Coming off of James Gishuru, it's feeding off from Lavington, and that whole Kileleshwa area, traffic still continues. Right, Lozingo Way not looking too bad, but we're seeing quite some traffic on Langata Road going out towards the interchange. Uhuru Highway is taking quite a lot of this from different parts of the city, going out towards the city centre and then through to Westlands. Mombasa Road is not doing too badly today. We'll keep an eye on things as we go along through past 8:30 or so. Right? SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there. Text on 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
At 7 minutes after 8 o'clock, Kenya's
This
biggest
is the
conversation
Situation
continues
Room,
today, and we're getting
start
into the
your
second
day.
hour of the third hour of the show today, and we'll say welcome to our audience on KTN Home. Thanks for joining us this morning. As the conversations continue, CT, Muga and Ndu with you today as we get into conversations for this hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. Let's start with today's proverb.
A pygmy's shadow is greater than the setting sun. You added a very nice perspective to this proverb. When the sun is setting, the shadows tend to be longer.
Right.
Yes. So if you're just talking about the optics, looking at a shadow when the sun is setting, man, the shadow is has a really elongated and very huge image. It almost reminds me of the shadow of your person that you see when you are in front of some of these lamps with a flickering flame.
Yeah.
Yes.
A pygmy's shadow is greater than the setting sun.
Yes.
All right. This hour we're going to be joined by ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna, and we're looking at the intrigues of political parties in coalitions this morning, and looking at the details of how these things all work out. A lot is happening in the country currently with the political situation, and finding out, so then what happens to parties when we get into coalitions, and asking ourselves, all right, so with an agenda that a party had in the very beginning, what then happens as we move forward? And Edwin is here with us this morning. Thank you for joining us as you even sit down and get into the details of things. Edwin Sifuna, good morning.
Good morning. I come bearing gifts.
Apparently, and
yes.
This is a good thing. What is this now?
That is the promise that the Azimio la Umoja has made to the people of Kenya. We are hoping that we can have a conversation about issues and facts.
Yes.
As opposed to the usual politics where people latch on to something that somebody said, and it becomes the discussion that then derails the entire conversation about what we are supposed to be doing for the country.
It is very glossy.
Yes.
It's very glossy.
It's and only the best for you. Only the best for you.
Oh, this is very nice.
Yeah.
The question is that beyond the gloss and the pomp and circumstance, the things that are within this document,
even whatever is within is as glossy as the material on which it is printed. So I can assure you that we mean well. I don't see my friend.
Your friend is doing what I like to call a walkabout.
Oh, okay.
He does that every now and then.
Oh, okay.
So when he comes back, we will ask him the details of these places where he went.
That's nice. I don't want to be told that he's running away from me. I love our little talks.
Far from it. Edwin, it's good to see you.
It's
been a minute since you've been here. There's been a lot that's been going on. So welcome once again to the hot seat.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure. As I told you, it's my favorite radio studio in the country.
Say it louder.
This is my favorite radio studio in the country. I think it's the only one that could have in-studio guests during COVID, because you can see that the environment is quite friendly.
Right.
Yeah.
Speaking about a friendly environment,
yep.
The country is in the throes of the political campaign, the political season. And you as ODM, there are many things you specifically as Edwin said. There are many things that you push for in terms of party politics and party position.
Yeah.
And now you're in a coalition whereby there are at least 25 other parties who have a say in what is going to happen as concerns this coalition. Is the voice of ODM being drowned out?
I don't think so. I don't think it is physically possible to drown out the voice of ODM because we are a very powerful voice. We are a party that has a very long history, and people know what we are about and what we stand for. We have been brought together by all these other political parties that share in the vision that, in fact, Kenya faces an existential threat. That if we don't put aside our individual comforts, our individual differences, our individual fears, then we will all be on the same evacuation plane when we are seeking asylum, should this country land in the hands of the wrong people. So that primary concern for the welfare of the nation is bigger than the concern for the voice of ODM. We will always have our space. I am happy that we have donated our party leader to now be Baba ya kila mtu.
For everybody.
Yes, he's everybody's Baba now. And we are not jealous. We are happy to share him. For years, we have told people that there are very many good things about this Baba of ours. And we are happy to share with them so that they get to experience what are these things we've been saying about Mzee Raila Odinga all these years that people probably have not gotten to experience. I am more than happy to see the sitting order change. That in fact, the seat next to Raila is not a reserve of Sifuna. Let somebody else get to sit with him, to talk to him, to get to experience him, because we already know him as ODM. We know what he is about, and we are more than happy to share him. He is the only person in Azimio la Umoja who's not allowed to call for 6-piece voting. But for me as ODM Secretary General, whenever I go, it is my primary duty to actually ask the voters to give ODM votes. So there is no contradiction in that. We are grateful that we are seeing things that we thought would never happen. Mzee is being accepted in places that hitherto were no-go zones. We are making friends with people who would never countenance.
But you would have
being
never
seen in
sat at the
public.
same table together.
No, not that we would not have sat at the table together. People used to flee when Raila checks in, you know, because he was being treated like a leper. It used to break our hearts because we knew that this was a good man. But because of the politics of hate that had been preached in the past, many people would see him and just flee, you know. So we are happy that we are seeing things in our lifetimes that we never thought we would see, that the country has become open, that everybody can be able to open their eyes, their ears, their hearts to a new message, a message that you ordinarily are not used to listening to.
Is there fair play, Edwin? And I ask this when I'm talking in relation to parties and the zoning issues that we've heard about or that we see taking place, of which some people have even said, you know, forget it, I'm not even going to be part of this, I'm going to find my home somewhere else. The zoning issues where certain areas then are the preserve of certain people. What is happening with that? And can every party really equally hold its own within this coalition without, you know, direct support, as it were, from the powers that be?
I think it has been a very painful process. Myself, I have been part of that particular process. It is something to be expected that when you are in as big a family as Azimio is, I don't think anyone has ever put together a coalition on the scale of Azimio, where you have 25, 27 political parties, and that everybody is contributing to the success of the coalition, and therefore everybody at least deserves some consideration when it comes to the sharing of positions, as you said. So in Nairobi, for instance, what informed the decision on zoning is the traditional strength of political parties. As the Secretary General of ODM, because I know the voting patterns, the demographics of the constituencies in Nairobi, for instance, I know that my candidate, even if I insisted on a candidate, say in Roysambu constituency or in Kasarani or in Starehe, they would struggle. Those candidates on an ODM ticket would struggle because of those factors that I have laid, and even an examination of the voting patterns for the last donkey years. So it is based on consideration of all these factors that we say that probably because we are in a coalition, it would be safer for us as ODM to support the Jubilee candidate in Roysambu, for instance, and pour in whatever little support we can to ensure that they actually beat the UDA candidate. And City, you will remember that we have lost seats in this city in the past because of failure to have that conversation. Langata is a classic example that, in fact, in 2017, we as ODM lost Langata because our partners refused to have that conversation, ending up in Nixon Korir beating the ODM candidate by, say, 1,000 votes. It was about 980 votes. And yet we had coalition partners in Wiper who are getting 5,000 votes at the ballot, you know. So this conversation is necessary to have. The most painful conversation we have had in Nairobi is with regards to the gubernatorial seat.
Yes.
That in fact we in ODM believe that Nairobi is largely ODM. And again, this is based on the voting patterns for the last donkey years. Raila Odinga has always carried Nairobi. And this is fact. You can look at the statistics. That in 2007, he beat Mwai Kibaki in Nairobi. In 2013, he beat Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto in Nairobi. 2017, the same thing. He got more votes than the president here in Nairobi. That would translate to a very solid support for ODM and its candidates here in Nairobi. And for us to be asked to step down our candidate for governor, Honorable Tim Wanyonyi, who we believed actually represented the best hope for Nairobians because of his experience, his ability to be able to have conversations in a very sober and serious manner, especially when you juxtapose it to the past 4 years, what has happened. So we felt it, and the ODM support still feel it to this day, that we actually ceded that particular ground. But that's what we are talking about. It is very serious give and take within the coalition. We were lucky enough to be allocated the slot of Senate and women representative. And I was lucky to be that candidate for Azimio. We also know that there were people in Jubilee, like my brother Commander, who also had expressed an interest in being the senator candidate for Azimio, but he actually stepped down for me, and I continue to remain grateful. So this is a very difficult conversation to have. But what has happened, I use the example of Nairobi because it's the easiest for me to explain, is that we now have a team. We have a solid team where Jubilee has candidates in 8 constituencies that are being supported by all the political parties in Azimio. We have candidates in 8 constituencies which traditionally vote ODM that are being supported even by the Jubilee supporters and the other political parties in Azimio. And then Embakasi South, just where we are down the road, we agreed that we leave that to the Wiper candidate. By the way, even in Embakasi South, there were very strong ODM candidates, and it was a very, very difficult conversation to have. Across the country, you go to places like Trans Nzoia, where we had a candidate for governor, and he was stepped down on the podium by Mzee himself and told, we're going to support Natembeya for this particular seat so that we can beat the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Across the country, there are those conversations being had, but there are places where it is difficult for that agreement to be reached as quickly as people would like to see. So it is not about unfairness. It is a consideration of the fact that you are now part of a bigger family, and that conversation of give and take is going to benefit everyone and the coalition generally.
You make it sound like a genuine brotherhood, and that everybody then who is coming into the coalition can understand and let down your position for somebody else. But we know this to be that politics is not as kumbaya and nice as you're making it seem.
It is not kumbaya. I've tried to paint the picture of political parties making very difficult decisions. It is not all rosy. I've told you it was a very difficult decision, for instance, for us to accept to step down Tim Wanyonyi, because every analysis, every poll that we ran was showing that he had the best chances against any other person. And again, just his history, he has been a councillor in this city, he has been a member of parliament for, I think, 2 terms, and he has the experience and the sobriety that was needed and required to be able to bring back this city to where it was before. So it is not a rosy conversation to have. People's careers, ambitions, aspirations are being swept aside in the interest of the coalition. But again, we draw comfort from the assurances from the presidential flag bearer that in fact there is going to be accommodation for everyone once we form government. Everybody is useful. Yeah.
You know, if you look at coalition governments around the world, there are those who argue that they offer a certain sense of stability. But if you just take the example of just how volatile coalitions can be once they're in power, and the power that not even the bigger parties, but the smaller parties that enable the bigger parties to be in place, how much sway they hold, because the moment they withdraw from that coalition, then everything is in turmoil. But anyway, our political structure, I think, is stable even if a government is formed and a coalition partner decided to pull away. What we see in the West would not actually happen here. But the question that I find at the foremost of my mind with regards to everything we're saying, we're heading towards the formation of a new government. The one thing that has been the bane of our existence has been a demonstration of a clear disregard for the rule of law by those who've been in power. An attempt at, but by and large, and I'm looking at how that has spread and has become the norm, where we've normalized the disregard for the law. We call it impunity.
Yeah.
What does this Azimio government say they are going to do to ensure that we make the rule of law the normal?
Yeah, I think, Sinti, the answer to your question lies in who are these Azimio people. I believe that the history of people, their schooling, their socialization, who they are in the past informs how they are going to behave in the future. We have put out this manifesto that Ndu calls glossy on one assumption, that Kenyans are generally good people, that they will then proceed to elect good people to office, that those good people in office will put in place good governance that will then result in good opportunities and services to people, and that if those good opportunities and services to the people do not work for everyone. There are certain social safety nets that are put in place to ensure that nobody falls below a certain level. So the goodness of Kenyans is first the biggest assumption in this document. We have rejected the invitation, City, by some of our opponents to accept that, for instance, breaking the law, that impunity, that corruption, that this bad manners is generally what Kenyans are about. That in fact, given an opportunity, you would do the very same thing that you are talking against today. We reject that premise that in fact Kenyans, and to many of us, values still matter, that integrity still matters, that in fact if you have these good people in office, then we are going to be able to deliver these things. Number one, if you look at the ticket that we have put together, it should speak to something without you being told what Martha Karua or what Raila Odinga would do in a certain situation. You have a reference. You know these people. You know what they're about. You know their histories. There are people in this country who are very uncomfortable discussing their history because your past is who you are. This is what you're made of. If you are a DO in the 90s clobbering activists who are trying to expand the democratic space, that's who you are. You're not going to run away from it. You know, they say history is already written and the ink is dry. Our assurance is that it doesn't matter what promises people make to you. It is critical to examine who is making that promise.
So are we saying that it doesn't matter what is being said, Edwin? Because there's a lot.
It matters what
is being said. There's a lot that's being said.
More,
so you're saying it matters more the person that is saying
absolutely.
It based on what this individual has done in the past. Who he or she is.
Yes.
What they've done in the past then is what is going to accelerate the promise.
Absolutely. No, not that it's going to accelerate it. It's going to anchor the promise. You can believe that this thing is going to be done. Like City, I have said here before, we in ODM, for instance, have a history. An ODM government is least likely to disobey a court order. Because of the people in ODM, I am an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I have a history. I have suffered the brunt of people ignoring court orders. You go to court, you have 15 odd court orders to secure Miguna's release, and they just refuse to follow the court order. That impunity that you're talking about. I don't see people who have fought for the independence of the judiciary, people who have fought for the sanctity and upholding of the law, people like Korengo, people like Nyongo, people who are essentially the pillars of ODM, allowing a situation like that to prevail. So my short answer is that the promise is as good as the person who's making the promise. We have a history here of people talking about things and having opportunity to actually deliver on those things and doing nothing about it. I saw our opponents launching what they called a women charter, and even the promises in that charter were a bit ridiculous. For instance, they said they want to ensure that spousal consent in land transaction is going to be enforced. That's already the law. How do you come to promise as something that is already on the books? You talk about sanitary towels for women. That is the same promise you made in 2013. I mean, 9 years down the line, you should be making new promises. You have already had opportunity to be able to deal with these issues.
Or at the very least, admit that maybe you weren't able to do it before.
Absolutely. At the very least, say, these are the challenges that I faced, and that now this is the new approach that I'm going to take. But you can't make the same promise that you made in 2013, and yet you have no evidence whatsoever of any attempt to even meet that promise that you made. You talk about having half your cabinet go to women. You have had opportunity. They say that when they got in 2013, they were co-presidents. He got an opportunity to select half of the cabinet. His half or quarter of cabinet should have been women, And we are talking about giving opportunity to women to be able to attain the highest possible aspiration in their lives. Women have been cabinet secretaries before. It is not an inspiration for you to tell us you're going to give women cabinet positions. The one thing they have never been is deputy president or president. There is only one coalition that is offering that. And in fact, the most interesting thing is that of the 4 candidates who've been cleared, there's only one who has refused to have a woman as a running mate. Even those who are, being considered as jokers are serious enough to be able to have women running mates, but not Ruto.
I see you being very careful about that last statement that you made, Edwin. I mean, we're going to go to a break in a short bit, but here, look, in a coalition where it would look as though there are those who are joining the coalition for what they can get out of it.
Yeah.
Can we say with certainty that those who have joined this coalition are of the same mind with which you're so vehemently advocating for right now? Are they of the same mind? I'm just going to look at 4.6, public service delivery. That's just one aspect of this promise of delivery. Increased awareness of the prevalence of rent-seeking behavior by public officers, politicization of service delivery, and abuse of bureaucratic procedures in the provision of services. Just that one. That is on page 74. Just that one. Can we unequivocally say that everybody who's in this coalition is of that mind? Because there will be people, regardless of who takes the day, there will be people who are put in positions who will be in office. Can you say that without a doubt everybody's on the same mind on just one of these things?
Let me put it like this. The person that you put as the president sends a certain signal that there are certain things that are not going to be tolerated. I was having a conversation with some ambassadors, and I told them, for instance, if you hear that Marie Le Pen has been elected the French president, you don't need to ask what French foreign policy is going to be. You know who she is.
Yes.
You know, there are certain subtle messages that are sent depending on the person that is elected. If you elect somebody who is known for corruption, for instance, what message does that send to the lower cadres in the public service? What we are saying, and yesterday's newspaper, you saw what the Auditor General was saying, that in fact there is a lot of wastage in government. We are paying rent for our ambassador in the US, yet there is a house that was built and completed almost 10 years ago. Those things, for them to end and to stop, it has to be communicated from the person who's at the top, that this is not something that we are going to countenance. All of us in Azimio, I can tell you, understand that the two biggest problems that we have to deal with, number one is the cost of living, and number two is unemployment. If we are going to be able to put together a team that understands this, and it starts from the top, the person you elect then communicates what this government is going to be about. If you elect Martha Karua as a deputy president, it does not communicate the same to the lower civil service as electing Rigathi Gachagua as the deputy president.
Let's take a break on that note.
Something else.
Let's take a break on that note and come back and continue this conversation. Secretary General of the Orange Democratic Movement in as our guest on the hot seat today, talking about, what it portends in the future politically in this country. Not to forget, Sunday is Father's Day, and Sarit Your City is saying if you're looking for ways to bond with your father this Father's Day, they've got you covered. Maybe an art exhibition by Sana Arts, superbike displays, music on the rooftop, maybe a fitness challenge with Smash Fit Gym, or how about a movie premiere? Jurassic World Dominion will be premiering. We're giving you the chance to spoil your dad at Sarit Your City and indulge his sweet tooth thanks to hampers from Dairyland. Winning is simple. Tell us under the Sarit Your City Father's Day poster we share on social media what your answer to this is. What is one lesson that you will always be grateful to your father for teaching you? What is one lesson that you will always be grateful to your father for teaching you? 2 winners up for grabs for that Dairyland hamper today, and we'll share that on socials. $18 degrees and mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 14. It's sunny at 16 in Nakuru, highs of 26 and lows of 13. Mostly cloudy at 18 in Nyeri, highs of 24 and lows of 14. Eldoret is sunny at 14, highs of 25 and lows of 11. And we're looking at light rain in Mombasa at 24. It'll go to highs of 30 and lows of 23. 25 is what it currently is in Malindi, and raining, highs of 29 and lows of 24. And at 20, Kisumu is sunny, highs of 28 and lows of 18. Kakamega is sunny at 20, highs of 28 and lows of 14. Sunny conditions in Kampala through and through, highs of 28 and lows of 19, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 24. We'll see highs of 31 and lows of 22. Temperatures dropping in Johannesburg. It's now 3 degrees. We'll see highs of 11 and lows of -1, while Lagos is raining at 25. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 24. 19 degrees and sunny in Kinshasa. Highs of just that and lows, or rather highs of 32.
Online, on digital, and on radio. This is Spice FM.
It continues this morning, really heavy on Langata Road today, getting just past that Wilson Airport, heading out towards the city. And we're looking at Uhuru Highway, which took on some action this morning really early. Not quite sure what may be causing that as you get towards the city and then out towards Westlands. The thicker superhighway ebbing and flowing with traffic. Kiambu Road as well, bumper to bumper in an in and outbound situation. Okay, what's going on? James Gishoro trying to connect with Wayaki Way, really busy as well. Looking at the Eastern Bypass, which is taking a hit off Outer Ring. Not too bad, but we'll see some movement of traffic there. Let's talk. We're in traffic hour now. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
Are you a recruiter looking for the ideal candidate? What if we told you there's an easier, faster, and unbiased way to hire? Forget all the time wasting and costly hiring mistakes and instead focus on reviewing the best suited candidates from the start. Sounds good, right? We offer you a seamless recruitment portal and access to our thousands of job seeker profiles to suit your hiring needs. In just a few clicks, you will be able to select the best candidates ranked by real data. Sign up today by visiting jobs.digga.co.ke and start your journey to efficient and effective hiring. Are you a recruiter looking for the ideal candidate? What if we told you there's an easier, faster, and unbiased way to hire? Forget all the time wasting and costly hiring mistakes and instead focus on reviewing the best suited candidates from the start. Sounds good, right? We offer you a seamless recruitment portal and access to our thousands of job seeker profiles to suit your hiring needs. In just a few clicks, you will be able to select the best candidates ranked by real data. Sign up today by visiting jobs.digga.co.ke and start your journey to efficient and effective hiring.
Hey, Mato, what's up? You're not yourself today.
Just a little push and pull with my taxes. I'm moving to court to challenge some tax claims from the KRA.
Easy, man. Have you considered talking to them before, taking this long judicial route?
What do you mean talking to them? It's a KRA, for heaven's sake.
Yo, listen. The KRA has established an alternative dispute resolution mechanism which is faster, flexible, confidential, and above all, provides a win-win outcome for all parties.
Wait. As in, I can actually engage KRA out of court?
Oh, yes. And it's free. Now, able get that gloom off your face and go talk to KRA today.
For more information on KRA's alternative dispute resolution, write to adr@kra.go.ke. KRA, tujadiliane, tuelewane. The National School-Based Deworming Program, in partnership with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and Evidence Action, has since 2009 provided deworming treatment to school children across the country. The initiative reaches at least 6 million children across 27 counties annually and has enabled the treatment of school-going children aged 2 to 4 by training teachers. This year, as they celebrate over 10 years of serving Kenyans, the National School-Based Deworming Program will be treating children in 17 counties between the 14th and 16th of June. All parents are encouraged to ensure that their children are treated at the nearest primary school in the selected counties.
At 23 minutes to 9 o'clock, Kenya's biggest conversation continues. CT Muga Ndu in the studio with you this morning, and we're joined by Secretary General of the ODM, Edwin Sifuna, with us today, and discussing issues, politics, in the situation in which the country is now politically, and talking coalitions. And I think the big thing now is the promises. What Kenyans should believe. What is the intent? CT has a question to that.
Book, there's a column that I really like. Our commitment. Essentially, we're being told, you can hold us to account.
Absolutely. And we are getting more and more in our politics to a space where people will ask you about the things that you said. As Ndu said, if you encounter any challenges on the way to fulfilling the promises that you have made, at the very minimum, you need to explain to the country that these are the challenges that we face in delivery of this. We got this program to X percentage. We face this challenge, and we are hoping that if we do this differently, we'll be able to get it to 100%. But what we are seeing is people who just forget that they have made promises to us before. They have not fulfilled those promises, and they come and make, if not the same promises, even new promises without any accountability. From the Azimio side, I can assure you that we would want to be held to account to the promises that we are making. We have understood the assignment, my brother City, that in fact, across the country, and this document is actually a product of the engagements that we have had. We have seen our brothers on the other side also convene this, what they are calling economic forums. Been there, done that. I mean, they say that imitation is the best form of flattery. We are flattered. But this is a product of an engagement that we have had across the country. When we went to North Rift, for instance, City, you remember there was a very serious conversation about agriculture and agricultural produce, and how farmers were suffering with their produce in their stores, rotting, and yet there are people importing maize. In this document, we have made a commitment that there will be no importation of grain, for instance, until we have exhausted purchases from local farmers that are in the stores. And this is not something we conjured up ourselves. It was that conversation that we had in Eldoret, that in fact people have been frustrated. There are farmers who spend donkey months on the farm, put out their produce, and when they take it to the National Cereals and Produce Board, they find trucks za wazito mbele yao kwa line, and your produce is not taken because somebody else is taken. So we want to be held to account to the promises that we are making here. Kenyans are really suffering. The cost of living is unbearable. We have made a promise here to review the tax regime to ensure that at least we look at the cost of food, the cost of fuel, the cost of electricity. We'll go back to that question of good people, City. If you look at, for instance, power purchase agreements that have been signed with Kenya Power, those cannot be agreements that were signed by good people. I can assure you that is not somebody who was a good person doing a good deed for the good people of Kenya. How can you sign an agreement with people to say, okay, this guy is going to produce very expensive electricity using diesel engines, and that you people must pay whether you take it or you don't, and that it is susceptible to all the fluctuations of currency, the fluctuations of the prices of oil, and we end up, if you buy tokens of 100 shillings for your studio here, up to 40 shillings, bwana, is going to taxes and levies.
It is.
It's unacceptable, So what we are saying is we must review the taxation regime to be able to cushion Kenyans from the high cost of living. I would have loved, and I had made this proposal to the team, it was not taken up, to even review the taxation bans, that if somebody is making, say, less than 30,000 shillings, we remove them from the taxation ban, and that we make pay as you earn. The maximum pay that people should pay it should be about 20%. Let people earn money after you've gotten them jobs, and keep that money in their pockets for them to be able to grow their lot,
Actually,
so
improve the circulation of money.
Absolutely. So these are things that you can always hold me to account. And you know me, City, we are not afraid to come back here in the next 3 months when we will be in power. You can ask us these questions. If within 100 days we are not able to deliver any meaningful change, we will be here to be able to answer to Kenyans when they ask us these questions.
Essentially, you're offering us a social contract.
It is a very serious contract.
This is the thing, Edwin, because I'm going to stick to this point. This stuff is written down. This stuff is written down in a manner that probably we have not seen.
Yes.
In the last maybe even longer.
We have not seen.
We have not
just
seen.
leave it that. Where we see this where we see it evidence is in government policy.
Right.
But to be crystallized by
this is crystallized. It's put down.
Yes.
People, you're handing it out like you're handing out candies at the spring fair.
Yeah.
It is there. People will be able to look through the pages on each and every thing. Perchance, should the Azimio coalition come into government.
Yes.
From the presidency down to the MCA level,
yes,
this stuff is in ink, like
Absolutely.
you said.
Absolutely.
And people will be able to say, you said you would do this.
Absolutely.
This is not easy stuff, Edwin. There's a lot of things in here across
one
board.
Of the things that I have encountered.
Can we actually say that without doubt, if anything here is not done, it will not be for the purposes of conversation that we say, oh, right, you said you were going to do this and you didn't do this, and then that conversation flies out the window. But that truly Kenyans will be able to come and hold to account and say, guys,
absolutely,
you promised that you would do this.
That is why we have accountability mechanisms within our political structure to be able to hold people to account. one of the things that I have encountered, even just having conversation about this document, is our biggest challenge is the mental block that Kenyans have. First, they have been lied to so many times. I mean, people have been giving promises and brazenly breaking those promises to an extent where Kenyans are resigned to almost accept that this is how politics is played, that people will put out all this glossy stuff, get your vote, and then just abandon everything, and there's nothing that you can do. That is the biggest mental block that I have experienced. Number two, we have been conditioned to accept our state of affairs as the norm. This is what you are talking about, City. And I have encouraged people that, in fact, many of us who are younger might not relate, but there are people who were born when this country used to work. There was a time when you could go to a bus station or a bus stop and you knew the bus would be there at 7:15.
And it came at 7:15.
There used to be a time when the public health centers, you would go there knowing you would find a doctor and that there would be medicine in the cabinet. Is it not true,
It
City?
is absolutely
There
true.
was a time when you used to have water as something you used to
It
take.
was normal.
Yes,
for
it was
water
normal for water
to come from a tap.
Correct, from a tap, and you were able to drink that water,
Actually,
even
yes.
from fountains in town. This is a country that people have forgotten. This is something that the generation of people who have been born, especially in the late 90s and the early 2000s, they have been conditioned to accept that it is okay for you to stay for a week without running water in your house. That uko na mtu wako wa mkokoteni, that you have mtu wako wa punda mwenye utapigia simu akuletee maji. So the biggest problem that we are facing selling this manifesto is the mental block that Kenyans have because of what society has conditioned them to believe. That first of all politicians are the same. And we are saying we are not the same.
How do Kenyans reconcile the two when you are today? I mean, you can't blame Kenyans completely.
No, we're not blaming. We are accepting that there is a problem.
But here, Kenya, in a situation whereby on a daily basis, yesterday we had a conversation, on Monday we had a conversation where we're talking about the cost of living, just being alive on a daily basis is crippling, right? And then no sooner than that has happened, fuel then gets increased by another 9 shillings and people are wondering, what on earth is going on here? How are you going to then be able to survive tomorrow? Because by golly, fuel has gone up. That means food, which was already bloody expensive, is then even going to go up much higher.
Yeah.
So Kenyans are asking, what are we going to do? Now, in the face of that, here comes a whole barrage of people who are telling you, put us in government and we'll make sure that the status quo changes.
Yeah. So I understand the frustration that Kenyans must face. What we're saying is that the people who are responsible for largely putting us where we are cannot be the ones to then come and claim to offer solutions. Look at the cost of food, for instance. We are supposed to be a full food sufficient nation. We have tried and we have made the promise here that in fact our dependence on rain-fed agriculture is something that has put us in this particular situation. Who knew that a war in some Eastern European country called Ukraine would actually affect the price of bread in Kenya? We live in a global village city, and we must accept that a war in Ukraine affects the price of palm oil from Indonesia, and that we depend on that palm oil from Indonesia to be able to, produce our own cooking oil here. So what are we supposed to do? We have made a proposal here to move away from rain-fed agriculture to concentrate largely on developing our arable land under irrigation. Now, what was the biggest challenge? It is obvious. I mean, that is the obvious solution. If there is climate change and rains are failing, you need to change to irrigation. Why hasn't that happened? Because of this monster called corruption. We had a proposal to develop Galana Kulalu. And you know the story of Galana Kulalu. That in fact, the investor that we got, somebody from Israel, people who grow essentially everything in a desert, came and told us that they had never seen the level of corruption that they saw in Galana Kulalu, and they abandoned the project. What we are telling you, Ndu, is that the promise is as good as the person making the promise. And the person, you can ascertain how Sifuna is going to behave given or based on how he has behaved in the past. When you have had small power like this, what did you do? Were you running down people in the Changa dens villages, handing them over to the Moi regime for them to be tortured and detained without trial? Is that what you were doing in the 90s? Were you a leader of a youth wing of a political party that was averting the will of the people? That is who you are. So in any eventuality, in the unfortunate eventuality that this person is given the reins of power, if you see symptoms of a disease he acquired in the 90s showing up, you cannot blame him. That is who he is. That is who he is. So we are telling people that the commitment, the promises that are being made must be examined and juxtaposed to the person making the promises. I remember there was a time when Raila told people that we could actually have bypasses in Nairobi. People, because of the mental block, they didn't see how it could happen. So there is this big person who has already acquired the Southern Bypass and built his palatial home. Two regimes, city. One, the Minister of Roads gets on a tinga and brings down this person's house, and the road is built. In another regime, people have acquired the Southern Bypass. It is too difficult to get them out there. We go for the easier solution of excising part of our national park to build the road. People are not the same. Politicians are not the same. You know, if you hand power to people with credibility, people who have a history of fighting for these things over a period of time, the communication through the ranks of civil and public service is subliminal. It doesn't have to be said that there is a new sheriff in town. There's going to be a change in the way we do things. We have Kenyans suffering. Look at the wastage in government. Look at the theft in government. It is possible for us to cushion Kenyans from the high prices of commodities, and even from the some of them that are being caused by global geopolitics that we have nothing to do about, if we just deal with our internal issues. So I am hoping, City, that I will be sitting here in the next 100 days and we will be talking about the changes that you have seen. The changes that you have seen. The reason that our taxation is so high is known. It's because we have to pay the debts that we took. You know, we took these debts, and debt in itself, we have been told, is not bad. But where did the money go? If you have your own Auditor General telling you that from the Eurobond, $2 billion that we borrowed, he cannot see which program the money went to. I mean, surely, Kenyans, what are we doing? What are we doing?
You know, what you've just displayed is an amazing ability to explain a position you favor. You know, in other spheres, I would say that, and by the way, this is in the most positive way. I would say, as a Secretary General, you are an excellent spin doctor, because
it's not spin; it's the truth.
Spin is not negative; it has acquired a negative tinge to it over time. But spin refers to perspective.
Okay.
Because it cannot be denied that this particular government has carried on with Kibaki's legacy and continued building roads. There's no question about it.
Yes.
The roads exist. The express highway exists. We see it. There are plans they've tried to put on the pillars. That's a different story, because those things aren't working.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
There are many things that we say have not worked, dams that haven't been built. But there are dams that have been built. They have been even completed.
Yes.
There are projects that haven't quite gotten to what we heard they would be. Stadia being a case in point.
Yes.
Now, I've seen the promise and I've seen the commitment. Is there a commitment that you will continue with the projects that were envisioned? Is there a promise that you will be more vocal and more communicative? I know you've said we'll be talking about this, but communication is not just about what you plan to do, because that's what politicians do. They talk about what they want to do. And this booklet here talks about what you want to do.
Yes.
Blow by blow.
Yes.
How frequently will you update the nation on the programs you have and where you have reached with each and every one? Will the ministers be giving us a state of the ministry, just as we talk about the state of the nation, and telling us, of the things we said we are going to do, this is what we have done? You talked about the issues that may arise. Yes, we've tried, we've moved. And if you don't, how do you expect us to hold you to account?
So City, here is a promise that, in fact, for us, and I'll go back to what I told you about good people putting in place good governance. Good governance requires that there is direct engagement with the people, a respect of the rule of law, there is public participation and all these things. We had proposed under the discussion of BBI to enhance this reporting mechanism that you're talking about, that in fact the system that we have does not work. So that you have a provision for the president to speak to their Article 10 values once every year in a joint address to Parliament, the ministers themselves, there is actually no mechanism for you to have this conversation with them. There was a proposal to bring these people back to Parliament as the representatives of the people, for you to be able on a daily basis when Parliament is in session. I mean, if you look at what happens in the UK, which is a proper parliamentary system, the Prime Minister is before the people's representatives as often as weekly, you know? So you are able to then give this progress on a daily basis. And when issues emerge, you are before the representative of the people frequently enough for you to be able to have that conversation. What we can commit, and I can say this authoritatively, because the presidential candidate, our president, Raila Odinga, has said it, that in fact projects that have been begun and money that has already been sunk in those projects would not be lost by us abandoning those projects wherever it is they are. They should be able to be completed. And there are not many projects. What we don't want is a focus on the shiny things. There are no laptops in this document. There are no stadiums in this document. In fact, we are so modest when it comes to sporting facilities. We have said we are going to upgrade the mini sporting facilities in the estates, in the cities. Here in Nairobi, a ground like Kihumbuini ground in Westlands, or the empty lot in Githurai 44 that has been is just a patch of dust, or even the one we were in Undugu grounds the last time. Those small patches, what we're talking about is we don't want projects that will require us to suck up more public money and public debt for us to be able to finance shiny projects that then make people feel nice that they have done this and they have done that. We're going to invest in the people. Okay. When this manifesto is heavy on encouraging investment in primary manufacturing, people ask us, where are you going to get the money for this? If we are talking about having one industry in one county, it is not going to be built by the government. You see, an industry that manufactures Toyota vehicles in China, the industry said the plant itself does not care whether it is in Guangzhou or it is in Kitinda, in my village in Bungoma. You know, you as a government put in place the proper systems and structures to be able to encourage these people. What is it that made Daimler to move their plant from Stuttgart to produce Mercedes-Benz in China? What is it? You know, so that is exactly what we are talking about. And we, when people ask us, oh, have you costed this manifesto? How much is it going to cost us? What is it going to cost you to communicate to the investing public across the world that in fact there's a paradigm shift, that it is going to be easier for you to set up business, that we are going to eliminate these pit stops that are essentially corruption collection points for you to be able to start operating your manufacturing plant. When you hear stories of somebody wanting to set up a clinker plant in Kitui and running away because from the time he lands at JKIA, the guy who's handling his baggage, to the chief of the area, to the MCA, to the MP, everybody wants a cut. There are people in government, senior people in government, telling him, I have to own 40% of your business for you to set up. And somebody runs off to Tanzania. I am telling you that these things have to change. And when they change, we will be able to generate enough revenue for us to be able to support the programs that we have put in place or we are promised.
Edwin, in a minute, there are things that are hotting up in Nairobi.
Yes.
Obviously, you're running for the senatorial seat in Nairobi. There are many things that are happening at the moment. IEBC is being asked to be very clear about what their position is. I mean, things about degrees are flying in and out. What's the position of the party and the coalition?
Well, it is quite unfortunate what is happening. There used to be a time we used to go to school to acquire knowledge. Now people are going to school to acquire certificates for them to be cleared to run. It's ridiculous. You know, it's ridiculous. And where do people get this guile? You know very well you're not qualified for the position you're looking for. Where do you summon the strength to even show up for the interview? This is the impunity that we are talking about, City. I'm telling you for a fact that if somebody went to school, you would tell they went to school by how even they speak about the schools they went to. You would know what that school is. There are people who are running to some backwater institutions to bring us certificates, to claim that they are degree certificates. Immediately they tell you the name of the school. You should know. You just know. We know what is going on. That person did not go to that school for any education that is worth talking about. It is a document acquired specifically for election purposes, you know? And this is what we want Kenyans to understand and do. At the end of the day, people look to political parties. Why can't ODM stop so and so? Why can't IEBC stop so and so? The primary responsibility for us to protect our institutions, for us to protect the Constitution, rests upon us. I would love a day to come that even if all the wash guys are cleared to run, Kenyans at the ballot just say, we know this one is wash. No. We know this one is a fake degree. No. We know this one. That is the country we are looking for. We should never outsource that primary responsibility to be the vanguards of the constitution and the institutions and the country that we want to see. So I'm hoping that Nairobians will see through this charade. Even if these charlatans are cleared to run, they should not be allowed office. It's that simple, So for me, as Sifuna, I am asking for votes as Senator of Nairobi on the basis of Chapter 6. I said there are 3 guidelines only for election in this country. Is the person suitable for the office they are looking for? Is he competent to do the job that he's looking for? And does he have personal integrity? Tukiangalia hiyo vitu tatu peke yake, we will get the leaders we want.
That we deserve.
Yeah, and that is what is in the constitution. So people sit and say and cry, we have abandoned Chapter 6. But the criteria is there in black and white. Is Sifuna competent to be a senator? Am I suitable for the position? Umewahi sikia mahali ati niko na kesi ya chief nimepiga bibi?
Those are the questions that should
Those are the questions that should be asked.
Edwin Sifuna, Secretary General of the Orange Democratic Movement. Always a pleasure to have you with us and looking at some of these issues. It will be interesting to see how things unfold in the coming days, and wishing you all the best for sure. And we hope to continue conversations with you regularly.
I am always available. You can ask me as many questions as frequently as you want, especially once I'm elected as your senator. I will be a public servant answerable to you.
Asante Sana. Thank you very much to our audience on KTN Home as well. Conversations continue on SpiceFM on Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Getting round to listening to the news and coming back and continuing with those conversations after 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. It's 9 o'clock.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Despite presidential aspirant William Ruto of UDA and Raila Odinga of Azimio indicate their willingness to go to Supreme Court to contest the presidential elections, the demands from both parties continue to gather momentum and may be basis upon which they go to the apex court in the event either loses the elections. Raila's team demands that a free and fair election be experienced through an electric voter identification, the distribution of results, the verification of voter registration, as well as transparency in the appointment of officials overseeing various polling stations, as well as printing of the ballot papers. This as Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate William Ruto demands that ICTCS Joe Musheru resigns on grounds that he has immersed himself in politics. UDA alleges that Musheru, who has a key role to play in promoting electoral systems, has been campaigning for Raila regardless of his influence on election results. Kenya Kwanza further asked IEBC to explain Musheru's role in the election, given that public servants are not allowed to campaign. Now, Westlands Member of Parliament aspirant Nelson Harvey has faulted the Wiper Party for endorsing former Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko for the Mombasa gubernatorial seat despite having been impeached. The former Law Society of Kenya president poked holes in the party leader Kalonzo Musyoka's grasp of the law for fielding an impeached leader to run for office without considering the stipulations of the constitution. While referring to Sonko's case, where he was barred by the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, Harvey said that Wiper should have fielded another candidate. This as Nairobi gubernatorial aspirant for Kenya Kwanza Johnson Sakaja awaits the ruling today on his academic papers and whether he will be given the green light to participate in the elections. An non-government organization now wants investigative agencies, including the Directorate of Criminal Investigations and Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, to investigate the authenticity of Nairobi County Senator Johnson Sakaja's degree certificate. The NGO Youth Advocacy Africa, through its lawyers, claimed that they have sufficient evidence to prove that Sakaja's Team University degree was procured illegally. In the letter, the NGO alleged that Sakaja was never admitted to the institution, never sat for any examinations, never graduated, and that he does not have any academic qualifications from the said university. The NGO also wants Team University in Uganda to explain the circumstances under which Sakaja obtained the degree certificate. They also want action to be taken against officers from Team University who issued the fraudulent certificate to Sakaja. Sakaja maintains that he is being attacked due to his political affiliations. Meanwhile, Azimio candidate Polygapi Gathe will similarly know his fate today after a petition was filed by a Nairobi resident objecting his application and clearance by the IEBC to run as Nairobi governor. Now you will have to dig deeper into your pocket to be able to purchase petroleum products. This after the Energy, Petroleum and Regulatory Authority's latest review saw a 9 shillings increase in the prices of fuel. In Nairobi, a litre of petrol will retail at 159 shillings and 12 cents, diesel at 140 shillings and kerosene at 127 shillings and 94 cents. EPRA said that the government will utilize the Petroleum Development Levy to cushion consumers from the otherwise high prices. Affecting the levy has seen Kenyans spend 49 shillings, 25 shillings and 42 shillings more for a litre of diesel, super petrol and kerosene by a tax-funded subsidy implemented by the government. Without the levy, the products would have otherwise retailed at 189 shillings, 184 shillings and 170 shillings, respectively. Abroad, and Ukraine's battle against Russian troops in the eastern region of the Donbas will determine the cause of the war. President Volodymyr Zelensky is now asking his nation to stay strong in the face of Moscow's devastating attack against 2 key cities. As the outcome of the conflict hangs in the balance, NATO Chief Jens Stoltenberg endorsed Ukraine's increasingly desperate calls for more weapons, urging allies to speed up deliveries to Kyiv. Russian forces have intensified efforts to cut off Ukrainian troops remaining in the industrial hub of Severodonetsk, destroying all the 3 bridges which connect it across a river to the twin cities of Luhansk. And U.S. President Joe Biden will make history next month with a direct flight between Israel and Saudi Arabia, where he will meet Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, abandoning efforts to ostracize the oil kingdom's de facto leader over the murder of a dissident. The White House ended weeks of speculation, announcing that Biden will travel to Israel, the Palestinian West Bank, and Saudi Arabia from July 13th to 16th. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
In terms of timings not being too bad with traffic this morning, I'm still looking at some drama on the Thika Superhighway coming out towards that Utali Drift and out towards the city. Coming off Kiambu Road as well, in and outbound traffic is bumper to bumper, and we're going to see that for a while. The time says that we should be out of it in not too long from now. Gigiri and that whole belly of Peponi and the United Nations Avenue not doing too badly either. Traffic is flowing. We're not at a bumper-to-bumper stage anymore. On the eastern side of the city, we're looking at Outer Ring that had connected earlier with Jogo Road, and then we're also looking at Manyanja and coming off Juja as well. That still continues. Mombasa Road slowly moving out towards General Motors, and we're seeing that same action that we saw yesterday, looking like it's going to be really crazy. I guess encouraging folks to use the expressway. I didn't say it. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE through the morning. Text on 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation
Into the final
Room,
hour of
the
Kenya's biggest
only way
conversation
to
this
start
morning,
your
the
day.
Situation Room, at 7 minutes after 9 o'clock. Conversations continue with you this morning. CT, Muga Ndu Okoh with you this morning, and Eric Latiff is on, I think, final day of his walkabout. We're waiting for those details. He'll join us again tomorrow. It'll be interesting to hear what that's all about. All right, as we're getting into a difficult conversation to have this hour about some of the things that are still happening on the globe when it comes to racism, before we do that, let's hear today's proverb.
Yes, a pygmy's shadow is greater than the setting sun.
A pygmy's shadow is greater than the setting sun. Okay. A pygmy's shadow is greater than the setting sun. A shadow being greater than what you are.
Well, shadow being greater when it comes to the evening. Shadow being longer when you get to the evening. And the evening is represented by the setting sun. Yes.
All right. We're getting into final conversation for the show today. And it's, like I said, it's a bit of a difficult one to have, but a necessary one to have in terms of what is going on around the world. So BBC Africa Eye did a story and in answering some questions that had been asked previously about, so some months ago, a story, or rather a clip emerged of children of African origin being asked questions or being made to make certain statements, and they had to answer in Chinese. All right? I'm just giving you background to this. And this was February 2 years ago, February 2020. It was a shocking one, and it circulated on Chinese social media. A group of young African children were being instructed by a voice off camera to chant phrases in Chinese. The kids repeat the words with smiles and enthusiasm, but they don't understand what they are being asked to say. Essentially, what they are being asked to say is, I am a black monster and my IQ is low. So the video ignited outrage in China and beyond, of course. Ghanaian vlogger Wode Maya made a scalding denunciation of the clip on his platform, which is one of the most popular YouTube channels in Africa. But no one has ever answered the crucial question. Why was this video made? Why was it filmed? Where was it shot? Who made it? And why has no one been held accountable for it?
And who was it being made for?
And who was it made? Who was the audience? Who was going to consume this information? So, these questions sent to the BBC Africa Eye, and BBC Africa Eye reporter Runaka Solina began a journey into a Chinese video making industry that exploits vulnerable children across the continent. She studied and worked in China for several years and experienced firsthand the pervasive racism that is directed at black people in the country. So in China, it has become popular to send personalized greeting videos via social media and messaging apps using African children. These videos range in price between $10 and $70. After analyzing hundreds of similar videos and cross-referencing them against satellite imagery from Google Earth, Runako and the BBC Africa Eye team were able to locate exactly where the low IQ clip was shot, a village in the outskirts of Lilongwe, the capital of Malawi. So there, Runako was joined by Malawian investigative journalist Henry Mhago, and together they began tracking the digital and on-ground footprints of a Chinese filmmaker they suspected of making the low IQ video, and they were assisted by Chinese journalists who, using undercover filming, recorded the man expressing a series of shockingly racist opinions about Malawians and about black people in general. And so these are things that continue to happen across the board. And in a short while, as soon as I'm giving the go-ahead, we're going to be joined by Runako Solina and Henry Mhago, who will talk to us about some of these issues. Runako, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
It's really nice to have you here this morning. I mean, just giving the background to some of those things that happened before you actually took on this project and then begin to find out what happened. I'd like to really start from the beginning. So, Ndu, in the studio this morning, CT as well, having this conversation with you. And once again, thank you for joining us in the Situation Room. So here we are, Runako, and we're saying these things making the rounds is difficult. It was difficult for me to watch that documentary. It was difficult for me to read those words and to see that these things happened not so long ago. When we thought that perhaps we were seeing that, maybe we're seeing the last of those. So I'd like you to tell us from the very beginning what happened and why and how you decided to take on this project.
Yeah, thank you for the amazing introduction. And also hello to Henry, who's joined us. I was living in Beijing for about 6 years, going on to my 7th when the pandemic hit. And as an African, as people of African descent living in China, people, and not everyone will buy into content like this or ideas like this. But because, we're such a little speck of the population, every chance you get to give people accurate representation of who you are is absolutely crucial, right? And most people will get their narratives about Africanness, about Blackness from media, traditional media and social media. And so one of the trends that I witnessed, my personal awareness of it started in 2016, 2017, but this industry started in 2015 with these videos, videos of young children, sometimes men and women also, holding these placards and chanting these things in Chinese. And from the very beginning, there was a question mark, because even if the words that they're saying are quite innocent, there's a concern around the exploitative nature of what could be going on behind the scenes, right? And also that issue of language barriers. So early back then, I had concerns about what was going on, but no awareness and no understanding of how to investigate further. And as things happen, life goes on, other issues crop up involving race in this context, and you kind of forget almost, or your attention goes elsewhere. But when in 2020 this video emerged, everyone was outraged. And when I say everyone, just to say again, I literally mean everyone. I mean our host nation, many people were outraged. How could you do this? Stop buying these videos, stop powering this industry. But of course, the strongest outrage and pain came from those within the African diaspora in China. And so that was really the crux, the start of this investigation for me in my head. But of course, it wasn't until BBC Africa Eye, who Henry has worked with before, kind of picked this up and took this all the way, that we were able to kind of unearth what was going on behind the scenes in this way. Yeah.
Right, so there were questions, obviously, that needed to be answered. So here we are, and we are seeing these children on this clip being told to say something that clearly they have no idea what they were saying. I mean, there was, as they said these words, it was with enthusiasm, but obviously the translation was very clear that what they were saying was self-detrimental. It was self-defacing. And then nobody was answering questions as to where this came from, for what purpose was it done, which audience was it being shot for. Obviously, folks had been buying this video. So then how did you start to begin to unearth this and to start to ask the questions then that were necessary?
So one of the problems with this industry is that barrier, right? That language barrier. And to me, and the fact that, the customer is all the way on the other end of the world. So one of the first things that it was important to do was to establish a base, or not so much a base, but a focus on Chinese social media, which was led by me, but also a focus on the ground, right? Because although the customer is on that end of the world, the actual creator of this content is in the African continent, right? So we started online. We started pouring through these videos. I have had to unfortunately consume hundreds, possibly even thousands of videos within this industry, trying to identify where this video is taking place, right? And you see in the film several breakthroughs that kind of allowed us to hone in on a specific area. We also did kind of base some of these findings on the work and insights of journalists who had tried to kind of explore this topic before, but never got to the bottom of it. And also one blogger in particular who's of Malawian heritage, who had been speaking about this and was in China at the time, who'd been speaking about this from the beginning. So all fingers pointed or started pointing towards Malawi, but to hone in on the exact village, we needed to kind of go further, and using open source techniques, which is a way online that you can kind of pair what you're seeing in a picture to kind of maps available online via Google, etc., we were eventually able to hone in. And at that point, the baton is passed on to Henry, who just achieved some fantastic things on the ground, being able to head to that village and speak to local people about what was going on. So it was a double-pronged approach.
Right. So, I mean, I think Henry joins us as well. Henry Mhago, thank you also for joining us in this conversation this morning. And so really interested at this point to find out exactly then how you were able to trace what was going on, then working with Runako. Maybe we would really love to hear from you as well, what you did and how then you were able to find that it was children in Lilongwe, just outside Lilongwe then, who were involved in this. Henry, are you with us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Henry.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Let me say thank you so much. Let me start by thanking you for giving us an opportunity to speak on SpiceFM, and we really don't take it for granted. And coming direct to our question, after Runako had told me about the story, she sent me the coordinates about the area where this man was exactly doing the videos.
Right.
So I had to follow the coordinates until I got the village, and I managed to establish friendship with one of the young men staying there in the village, and this man was able to tell me the whole background of this Chinese man, how he got himself in the village, how he managed to win the people's confidence, how he was behaving in the village. He was more like he was more like a small god. And from there, then I started reporting to my colleague, Runako, about what I was finding there.
Right.
And I also had an opportunity to watch the performances. When he was filming the video, I could watch how the children
We've lost him, haven't we?
Yeah, I think we have a glitch there, trying to make that connection. We'll come back to you on that, Henry, once we're able to reestablish that connection. But then if we can continue with you then, Runako, and saying like, look, there's quite a lot of work that obviously Henry did here to try and get to. But I think one of the overriding questions here is to say, why was this being done? Why was this gentleman then out here in this little village, in this small village, talking to these children, trying to extract this information? For what purposes would this have been done?
So, I mean, yeah, to kind of go back to what we see play out in the film, he denies all of the allegations that we put to him, some related to why he was there. He denies making money from this content. But what is really interesting is that between Henry's work of speaking to people locally about their impressions of why he was in this village, the narrative is very different from his own, right? So we see that locally, there's an idea that he has come as part of a charitable organization. He's come to help people.
This is what he says. Yeah.
Well, according to, we did speak to, I mean, we had lots of interviews and some of them didn't make it into the film. But there was a narrative emerging from those people locally that we spoke to, including the chiefs, that these videos, were part of this charitable operation. And some had expressed that he'd communicated that to him, but of course he denies these allegations. So that was a really interesting thing. What he said in person was that he is here to transmit Chinese culture, to teach Chinese language, to teach them Chinese dance. This was why he wanted to be there, and he just simply enjoyed being around these children. He denied making money from this industry, from filming this. But what I found really interesting is that, I had been following him on a platform called WeChat, which is very similar to WhatsApp, but it's a super app that is used across China and more widely as well. And on there, he speaks quite on an account that we believe belongs to him. We see transactions being made, videos being sold. And of course, our undercover operative was able to have this dialogue with him about commissioning videos, right?
Yes.
And in that conversation, he's quite candid about how much he was able to earn. So his narrative differs to some of the findings that we had kind of come across and unearthed.
Yeah.
And he denied all of our allegations, basically. But yeah.
I think we've got Henry back, and I think very important then to establish from you, Henry, when you then were able to go to this village and then find some of these children who were the subjects in this video, what did they tell you about the reason why this gentleman was there asking to film them? What did they understand to be happening?
Okay, so the children told me that the gentleman was there to teach Chinese. And there were some parents who, after noting that I think the children were not learning Chinese at all, and they were not even benefiting from these so-called Chinese lessons, they decided to withdraw their children from this man. But there were a number of children. I should say but many of the children, of course, were still doing the videos because he was enticing them with some money. And now, if you have been watching the video, you'll find that the man was in a rural area, in a remote area where people are living below poverty level. People are surviving on less than $50 or maybe $1 a day. And he seemed to have taken advantage of the poverty status of the people to easily win their confidence by giving them small amount of money. So some parents could not be able to withdraw their children from this man because of the monetary benefits that he was paying them. In fact, when I interacted with the children, they told me that so they were starting filming the videos from as early as 7 a.m. and finish at around 5 p.m. But by the end of it, they were getting less than $1, which is a small amount of money as compared to the work they were doing.
Right.
The children also told me that they were not going to school because they were with this man from 7 a.m. to noon, and she was coming on daily basis, even during school days. So some of these children could rather prefer to, I could rather go to the Chinese man to do the videos than going to school, because they felt like when they're coming here, they would get less than, $50, less than $50. Well, if they go to school, they will get nothing. And so that was basically the situation.
Okay.
And something that I also learned from the village was that the parents of the children, those who were still doing the videos, I think they seem to be supporting the Chinese man, as I'm saying that they had been benefiting from the small amount of money that he was giving to their children. But a big community of people who had withdrawn their children from this man. Well, I mean, we are not happy with this person, and they had even tried their level best to report him to a number of authorities, and it was unfortunate to hear that some authorities had been coming to the village after getting reports from the community members.
Authorities,
but,
as in Malawian authorities coming into the village?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Like, for instance, we are told that we are told by the village chiefs and villagers that some police officers from the area were coming to the village to quiz the man after they got a complaint from the community members. But still more, the man continued to do his operatives, and the village chiefs had tried to report to different authorities, Malawian authorities at the local level, but still more, nothing could happen.
For such a thing to happen,
yes,
he must have had some contacts within the area or within Malawi, because I'm trying to envision somebody coming all the way from his country, coming to a foreign country and suddenly being able to get the sort of leeway that he had. Did you find who his contacts were? Did you find who his enablers were within the system and within the village setting?
So this is another thing that we were really interested to find out more about, how he got himself into the village, or how he got himself in Malawi, and
Okay, I think again we've got to reestablish connection with you, Henry. Good point to take a break on this. We're having a conversation this morning with Runaka Selina, a BBC reporter, about this, horrible pictures that we saw of clearly what is still racism, clearly what is still a perceived notion of what happens around the world today. Also joining us is CI reporter from Malawi, Henry Mihago. We're going to take a break and look at traffic and weather, and then come back and continue with this conversation, because really interested in terms of what happened to this fella after this. And is this just in Lilongwe that this happened? Is there the danger that this happened or is happening in other countries on the continent? This is Kenya's biggest conversation. We'll be back after this break.
Hey, it's getting hot in here. The media has greatly contributed to the moral rot that we experience in this country.
I remember a senior politician telling me, point blank, nobody steals in the field, it's stolen in the granary. So my friend, if you're going to win an election, jipange kwa granary.
I think we are suffering from Stockholm syndrome. Our violator and abuser is also our redeemer in our mind.
The whole political class, the whole political institution is rotten. It is based on ideals that cannot progress our country forward.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Looking at cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 17, we'll see highs of 26 and lows of 14 today. At 17, it's sunny in Nakuru, highs of 26 and lows of 13. Mostly cloudy conditions at 19 in Nyeri, highs of 24 and lows of 14. And it'll be sunny at 17 in Eldoret through today, highs of 25 and lows of 11. Mombasa, light rain continues at 26, highs of 30 and lows of 24. And it's also raining in Malindi at 27, we'll see highs of 29. At 24, sunny conditions in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 18. While in Kakamega, it's sunny at 24, we'll see highs of 28 and lows of 14. We're looking at Kampala, where there's a haze over the city at 23, highs of 28 and lows of 20. And Dar es Salaam is mostly sunny at 26, highs of 31 today. Joburg, pretty chilly, sunny conditions, however, at 5 degrees, highs of 11 and lows of 0. Heavy thunderstorms in Lagos this morning at 26, highs of 29. And it's a foggy morning in Kinshasa at 19, highs of 32. Out into Beijing, it's cloudy at 26. We'll see highs of 27 going into early evening Wednesday. And Paris is sunny at 17. We'll see highs of 30, highs of 27. In a sunny London at 17. And it's clear in New York at 22. We'll see highs of 27 and lows of 19.
Have never sounded so good.
My favorite songs of the 1980s.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The tick-tock of the clock says that we're getting out of traffic hour in no time. On the streets, it doesn't look too different from that either. Looking much better on the Southern Bypass today. We saw that little bit of a hold-up on Langata Road as well, but that seems to be diminishing. Uhuru Highway, we're going to see that stretch between the roundabouts of Bunyala and Haile Selassie. That's the most traffic that you'll see for now. The Thika Superhighway is free and clear in the CBD in 60 seconds. Don't try this at home. But just at Pangani Underpass is where we're seeing some traffic right now in a bumper-to-bumper situation, but that should clear up in no time. Talk to us through the morning. SpiceFMKE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
This year's Father's Day extends the entire month of June with Sarit, your city. The whole month of June is about celebrating fathers through different activities designed to make sure fathers who visit Sarit, your city, have plenty to choose from. Is shopping his thing? We have offers and discounts from various stores, medical camps, and fitness challenges by Smash Fit Gym to ensure he's in tip-top shape. Art exhibitions by Sana Arts, Superbike displays, and top DJs at the Rooftop Garden. There's more. This Father's Day, Sarit, your city, will also be hosting the premiere of blockbuster movie Jurassic World Dominion at Century Cinemax. It's not just Father's Day for us. You can walk in your father's shoes and enjoy quality time at Sarit, your city, throughout the month of June.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Business news with Spice FM.
I'm Dennis Aseto. You'll have to dig deeper into your pocket to be able to purchase petroleum products. This after the Energy, Petroleum and Regulatory Authority's latest review saw a 9 shillings increase in the prices of fuel. In Nairobi, a litre of petrol will retail at 159 shillings and 12 cents, diesel at 140 shillings, and kerosene at 127 shillings and 94 cents. The trouble bedeviling Karachi breweries took another turn after the Kenya Revenue Authority closed the Naivasha-based factory for the 18th time. The tax collector is accusing the company of defaulting on an earlier agreed plan to repay tax arrears totaling to 300 million shillings. The authority has gone ahead to issue agency notices to several banks against lending the brewer, fully paralyzing the operations of the company. But the company has accused the KRA of political witch hunt, noting that they signed the agreement through duress and the harsh economic times had affected their operations. The National Bank of Kenya has appointed Peter Kioko as acting managing director effective June 10th. Kioko will take over from Paul Russo, who was appointed as the KCB Group CEO on May 25th. Kioko is currently the Director of Finance and Strategy at National Bank of Kenya, having joined the bank in November 2016. And a section of oil marketing companies have raised concern that the government's proposal to allocate a 30% import quota to the National Oil Corporation of Kenya will have an impact on the fuel supply chain market and may precipitate unnecessary shortages as witnessed in the past. According to the proposals contained in the draft Petroleum Importation Quota Allocations Regulations, NOC, the state-owned oil marketer, will be allowed to import up to a third of fuel products into the country, which includes diesel, petrol, kerosene and cooking gas. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
Spice FM Business. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
At 22 minutes to 10 o'clock, Kenya's biggest conversation continues. This morning, having a bit of a worrisome conversation in this last hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. And we are having a talk with Runako Selina and Henry Mhago about a worrying video that made the rounds 2 years ago. And they've gone over the last 2 years to find out exactly what had happened and who was then responsible for this. We've done the background with both of you and looked, basically at what happened. Even as we watched that documentary, Selina, Runako, even as we watched the documentary and heard the things that were said, we didn't really get to see what happened to this fella who at some point said, I was doing this for charity, I was teaching Chinese. And then later on, of course, through the undercover reporter, then said something else. But we didn't get to know what happened with him. Mhago told us already that, there were Malawian authorities who came in every now and then and asked questions. And we saw a little bit to that effect during the documentary as well. But then what happened to him?
Yeah, so unfortunately within our remit, kind of as journalists, it's, you might wish otherwise that you could do more. Unfortunately, our job is to unearth what is happening and then hope that things are taken on. Henry can perhaps say more about this, but we have seen ministers speak out about what is happening and what our investigation has unearthed, and saying that further investigation will take place. Accountability will be sought, which is always what we kind of hope will happen as a result. But again, it's not within our remit to do. We have also spoken to, and again, Henry had many of these conversations himself, so could tell more. Police spokespeople who have also kind of expressed these sentiments also. So there is a desire within the country to kind of get justice for what has been happening. Yeah.
So Henry, was there, at some point it was evident to even the parents that this man did not have good intentions with these children, or rather with the end result of what he was filming. Parents of these children later on found out. What was the reaction from what you could see? What was the reaction of parents when they realized, okay, hold on, first of all, even if there was compensation, it was very little. Number two, what our children are being asked to say was something totally different from what we thought. What was the reaction before we then get to what possible, consequences met this man?
Okay, so the parents' reaction was very negative. They were shocked because they didn't expect him to come to their village and use them for the videos and for the videos that made him a lot of money, and they even didn't expect him to to call black people like black devil. They felt like this is a big shame.
Yeah.
It's it's something like the people feel like it's something that the parents are feeling like maybe they were being used by this person for his own benefit. And they are also having an impression that the image that this Chinese man has portrayed out.
We lost him again.
Yes, I think we have. Okay, so to re-establish that connection with Mihago, we understand that, technology can sometimes, do that thing to you. But still, as we continue with this, with you, Runako, this is one area. I mean, because we're talking about a small village on the outskirts of Lilongwe, that the tracing has been done from China back here. So then the eyebrow-raising question is, how many more places is this happening, and how many more messages of this terrible nature are being sent out even to date?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, contextualizing this industry, it's existed since 2015, 7 years now. So you can imagine over that time just how much content is made. I mean, Susu Luke, he tells us himself his record of how many videos he was able to make in just one day. So 5 years, I mean, I can't give a solid figure on how many videos have been made, of course.
And not just in Malawi either.
Not just in Malawi, yeah, exactly. That's the thing that needs to be kind of, if you notice it early on in the film, it's very quick. And obviously our film focuses on one village as an example, as a microcosm, if you like, of this wider industry and the harm that could potentially be happening. We haven't investigated, so that's why I'm saying potentially. But, we have seen videos filmed elsewhere across the continent. I think the map that we show in the film highlights 7 different countries. Retrospectively, since then, I found another country that videos are being filmed in. And, it raises questions. I think within the documentary, obviously, we focus on the key areas of wrongdoing, the racism of the individual behind some of this content. But more generally, we have to kind of interrogate this idea of sticking a camera in the faces of Africans or Black Africans, because it's their Blackness really, which, is so foreign, and saying, here's some coins, dance for your dinner, basically, right? This idea is deeply problematic. And so really, we need to think about these other operations now. And I do hope that conversation is sparked by this film. Yeah, because as you said, there are others.
What I'm interested in is what sort of people, if you can talk of a profile, what sort of individuals would buy such videos? Because you clearly mentioned how it is, generally speaking, a very large population in China were aghast. I mean, they were mortified by what they saw. But then clearly there's a clientele. What sort of individuals are these?
This is one of the dynamics that I find so fascinating about this whole industry. Following Susu on social media and seeing his interactions with his core fan base, if you like, or the people that follow him on social media, a narrative is kind of spun by him. And it's one of national pride, It's one of, I am representing our country well outside in the world, and we are kind of helping people locally, so you will often see you see the segment of the film where he's giving on camera food items to children, right? These videos, there are scores of these videos posted on his accounts back to back, and so people who have no other way of verifying what is happening on the ground start to believe this is our compatriot. He is in the ground in an African country who, according to his own content, seems to be impoverished, and he's helping people in our name. You've seen the videos in the film of the flag waving, and the patriotic songs. So I don't want to call people who are buying this content, because we've already said that the content itself is problematic, even outside of the racism. I don't want to call them victims, but they are being kind of misled in a way.
In terms of
I
what
think
they're buying.
many people don't know that they exactly.
So the essential,
exactly.
so
You know,
at,
they
at
don't.
the point of purchase, Runako, what you're saying is that folks who are buying these videos really don't know what it is they're buying until they've purchased and then actually get an opportunity to view it.
Exactly. Absolutely. And you know, there's a really good Twitter thread that was done by a journalist called Alexandria, and she speaks about technology and the role that technology plays in this. You know, transactions are done via social media, via apps like WeChat. You just send a message to someone and you can order these videos, and so it places a distance. You know, it's so far removed from the reality on the ground that you as a customer don't really have to question what's going on. You just say, oh, my birthday's coming up or someone else's birthday's coming up, let me put in this order, send it off, and you know, that's it. So yeah, that's the nature of this business and the kind of customer who's buying these videos.
We'll come back to you with an important question, but then just to you, Henry, would you say that after this incident, because I mean, obviously believe that our job as journalists is to, you tell the story, but then the hope is that thereafter there is a lesson that then either can be learned or there's an issue that can be continuously highlighted when these things happen. So after this broke, obviously that this fella didn't mean well with what he did. Do you think that there was a heightened level of awareness in these communities or in these areas that not everybody who's wielding a camera in the name of helping is actually helping? Was it clear now to people that, you know, we need to be a little bit more careful? I don't know if we can get Henry on that one. I think our connection with Henry is still...
He's muted. Henry, you're muted.
Oh, Henry has muted his microphone.
Sorry.
Voila.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can
yes,
hear you.
We can.
Okay.
I don't know if you got all the points of that question.
Yeah, sure. Yes. So what I can say is that, as I said earlier, that the man was operating in a remote area where people are living below the poverty level. Most of the people are living in grass-thatched houses. I think this will also tell you that in terms of awareness campaigns, I think there is little that is being done or completely nothing. But after our investigation, like yesterday, when I had an interview with the Minister of Homeland Security, is when she was saying that government is currently working on a sensitization campaign for people in the community and the other places in the area that I think they really need to be aware of these foreign nationals when they're coming in their villages. So in terms of awareness campaigns, I should say, we expect that now is when people will start being sensitized about these foreign nationals who are coming to exploit them after the broadcast of our investigation. I have also heard some non-government organizations also planning to start conducting massive civic education in the areas where these Chinese men were operating. So we just hope that maybe the situation, in terms of civic education, maybe the situation will improve following the action that different stakeholders are trying to put in place to at least prevent there would be instances of this nature.
Runako, would you see this as then maybe a double-edged sword in this case, that what it does then to our psyche is that then it makes everybody be very wary of anybody who then comes into any community with a camera, even if they did have good intentions? Then now what you do is that you look at them sideways. Is it possible that we might then be losing out on something that could actually be well-intentioned?
You know, the way that I kind of view it is this. I think that anyone who comes knocking on the door of local communities should be questioned. I think if their intentions are genuine, they should be able to prove it, you know, and evidence that what they're doing is going to be beneficial to local people in every way. And I think that decision should rest squarely on the shoulders of said local people, you know. I think, and I want to make this clear as well, I don't think we should be looking for a particular target when it comes to who could be doing wrongdoing in any rural area or any village, you know. That way we will miss potential wrongdoing elsewhere, you know. So me, as an outsider, as someone who's of African descent and deeply Pan-African, I'm still an outsider if I'm not local. If I wasn't born in X village, I should be questioned too if I was to show up. I wouldn't, by the way, disclaimer.
Yeah.
But if I was to show up with a camera and wherever else, I should be questioned too. Absolutely. There's an idea of, and there's a power dynamic at play that has been allowed, you know, to continue for too long. And it's one of saviorism, of this idea of being able to swan in with a camera phone and thinking, I'm going to fix these people's problems.
Sure.
You know, and I think it should be interrogated more wherever it comes from. Yeah.
You know, it's been said that the slave trade would not have been possible if locals did not participate in it. So I'm a dog with a bone on this one. I'm still going back to the enablers because, again, China is really far from Africa. Okay, so someone comes all the way from China, goes to Malawi. I mean, it's not really, it's not around the corner. And suddenly they're able to leave because I'm sure they didn't come walking. They must have gone to an airport. You're allowed into a country of a visa. Now, how does something of this sort go on for the length of time that it did? And yet, when we now hear from Henry about government action, it seems slow-paced. They're investigating, they're going to do this. Right, I understand government processes and all that. Yes, I do. But how did such an individual, and he's not the only one, how do such individuals manage to get to the point where whatever they're doing is proliferated far and wide, and that is where we are now able to figure out that this is going on, and yet it had been going on long before that. Who are the enablers?
Yeah, I mean, it's within the scope of this investigation, you know, the only person that we have held or attempted to kind of put these allegations to, you know, is Susu, is Luko, is the man behind this camera. I think there is definitely a wider conversation that needs to happen about, you know, everything that we've spoken about so far and what you've said. We didn't find any evidence directly or kind of pursue any lines of involvement locally. I think the only thing that I would say is that we had spoken in the village that we visited that Susu was in prior to Injewa, prior to the one just outside Lilongwe. We did speak to someone who was quite young and who was asked to help in the operation. So this person would help clean off the whiteboards, the blackboards, for example, and was from the village locally. But again, you know, the thing is, this barrier of communication makes it so that even if you are involved in this process, you do not have full awareness of what you're involved in. And there are things that we could say are questionable anyway, right? The treatment of the kids, the allegations of the treatment of the kids, the industry itself, you know, the fact that the kids are made to stand up in the sun and film these videos time after time after time. But the most serious allegations that we explore in this film, what is being said, you know, the fact that this is a business, we have no indication that people locally are aware of that. So even people who are helping or are saying, yes, you can be here, you know, those very serious allegations, we have no evidence that they were aware of them.
Well, we can't but thank the both of you for, you know, taking your time over 2 years to really figure out what was going on here and shed some light on that, because, I mean, then it was an expose that we all needed to look to see and then enable us to be really wary of what could be happening when we thought it was something of the past. So, I mean, Runako, Selina and Henry Mhago, BBCI reporters, investigators, thank you for working on this and thank you for sharing this information with us this morning. Asante Sana.
Thank you
so much for...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, you know, it's difficult conversations to have, but extremely necessary ones to have when we look at things like this. And we continue to try to highlight things like this on Kenya's Biggest Conversation as often as we can. Coming around to the end of things this morning, and we had said, look, guys, remember, Sunday is Father's Day, and an opportunity for you to spoil your dad at Sarit Center, your city, throughout the day, Sunday. And Sarit, your city, is making it possible for you to also view the premiere of Dominion, or rather Jurassic World Dominion, at Century Cinemax. There are shopping vouchers and hampers from Dairyland for the main man in your life. Are you looking for ways to bond with your father this Father's Day? There are many, many activities: art exhibitions by Sana Art, superbike displays, music on the rooftop, a fitness challenge that can take place, or how about a movie premiere like we talked about, giving you the opportunity and a chance to spoil your dad at Sarit, your city. And we asked you a question this morning, and we said, look, tell us what you will always be grateful to your father for teaching you. We've got 2 winners this morning, and we'll share that information with you. Our 2 winners for the morning, D Zawadi and Sylvester, this morning are winners of those hampers from Dairyland. Congratulations to your social media teams. We'll get in touch with you as to how you can get your Dairyland hamper. Father's Day Sunday, not to forget, Sarit, your city, making it very interesting for you to spoil the dad in your life. Coming to the top of our conversations this morning, as we wrap up and say goodbye and start again tomorrow, let's wrap up with today's proverb, City.
Yes, a pygmy's shadow is greater than the setting sun. This is a proverb from the islands of the Seychelles. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it is always interesting about proverbs and how imagery plays a very important part in how it is understood. Shadow, everyone understands. Setting sun, everyone understands. And how the two are related? Food for thought.
Food for thought indeed. Kenya's Biggest Conversation comes back to you tomorrow at 6 o'clock. Thank you for being a part of it. Very important conversations that we've had today, reflecting things in society and indeed around the world from what we have seen. Sugar and Spice comes in at 11 o'clock, taking you through the day. And Edward Quatch will be with you on the Spice Drive. And then the adults in the room, Barbara and Karigo, will finish off the day with you until 10 p.m. tonight. And then a few short hours later, we'll be back on Kenya's Biggest Conversation. And hope you have a good day. Remember, if you're not vaxxed, get vaxxed. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Dennis Aseto. The National Cohesion and Integration Commission has launched a campaign in Kilifi County aimed at sensitizing members of the public on the need to maintain peace ahead of the general election. NCIC Commissioner Philip Okundi also revealed the commission has set up strategies to monitor and track hate speech across the country. Under the theme Uchaguzi Bila Noma, the National Cohesion and Integration Commission launched a campaign in Kilifi County aimed at creating awareness on the need for peace before, during and after the elections. During the launch, NCIC Commissioner Okundi revealed the commission has also improved on neat strategies to tame hate speech. In Turkana County, United Democratic Alliance woman representative candidate Cecilia Ngetit has blamed insecurity for hindering her campaign team from accessing all corners